Okay, Cattywex at it again, but I'm pretty sure now everything should work. Even it said it posted my tweet, even though it said it didn't, so I think we are all good. Hey there, Ghost. Hey there, Ailing. Always a pleasure to see you. I am going to throw our, oh, interesting. Chat, LOL. Hi, Ghost. Yeah, interesting. Apparently, the chat boxes and everything are being a little goofy, but maybe I just deal with it. It's either that or I redo the entire stream, which, I don't know. I don't know why my thing was being weird tonight, but you know, maybe I can't fight it. Maybe it's just how it's supposed to be. Yeah, Beans, well, Beans became blue because Mochi did something. That's the whole point of the dragon. You can feed it and train it and make it change colors and stuff. That's purposeful. No, but the other things, like our follower count's not showing. Oh boy. Not sure what I should do. But you know, sometimes we just have to deal with these things. Maybe if I switch to another, let's see if there we go. That's somewhat better. Some things are working, some things aren't. Hi, welcome to Level 1 Adventuring. I am your host and Dungeon Master, Wolfe Scott. Apparently, a lot of my things, are acting funny, but I'm not gonna worry about it because today has already been low-key kind of stressful, for me. And I just wanted to have a nice chill time with my friends, and play, some new types of games. And so we're not gonna worry about it. That's what I'm playing myself right now. We're just gonna roll with it. What are we doing tonight? If you're new to the channel, this is a role-playing game channel, heavily tabletop role-playing game based channel, like games such as D&D. We have an ongoing campaign, which runs usually tonight's on Wednesdays, but because it's D&D and we're still trying to figure out where we sit with the whole OGL drama, that's kind of up in the air. So for now, I'm filling in with some extra solo content in between the times, and I ran across this game called Notorious, which I know we have a lot of Star Wars fans in our Discord. Oh, by the way, if you are new to the channel, please join the Discord. Follow us on all the socials and all the places. It's where we chat about all the new games we're gonna play, and where we host fan art and cool things like that. And also, shout out to Tabletop Audio, who provides like free use sounds for everybody. You should be hearing like a cool kind of spacey soundtrack going on in the background, hopefully, to sell our atmosphere. But what are we doing tonight? This is Notorious. Notorious is a solo RPG, which is very heavily inspired by... I'm gonna say whatever you have. Well, thank you, Tabletop Audio, Ailing, because they're doing it. They're doing it big. Haven't been in Star Wars fandom for so long. Well, you know what, Ghost? I don't think you're really gonna need. This is Star Wars inspired, but it is not Star Wars proper. So as long as you like sci-fi, sci-fantasy, you know, you're still gonna be in the right zone, which is really what's important. But what is Notorious? Notorious is a game by Jason Price. I found this game through the same creator who made Rune, who's another solo RPG that we are playing. Not that these are the same creator. Spencer Campbell made Rune. But Spencer Campbell runs a channel where he talks about solo RPGs, so I'm finding a lot of great stuff through him, and Notorious came highly recommended. So what is Notorious? Notorious is a game... A tiny bit loud? Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know. It's always hard to figure out the levels. Let me turn off performance mode. I don't know why the stream is acting so goofy today. We got goofy stream today. How's that working? That's slightly better? All the settings were giving me trouble, but that hopefully is better. I turned it down. Too quiet now. Okay. I'll split the difference. I'll go halfway. I think the track is looping, so hopefully it'll come back in a second. But what Notorious is yeah, it's gonna come back around. Notorious is a game about being a bounty hunter. If you are familiar with Star Wars fiction, bounty hunters are a huge part of the world. You know, some of the main characters as of recent Star Wars creations, characters like the Mandalorian, characters like Boba Fett, are famously bounty hunters. And so this game aims to replicate the experience of being an intergalactic bounty hunter in the throes of a civil war, or I should say an intergalactic civil war, with a whole bunch of different factions and things to worry about. All right, hopefully, I'm gonna put this back in performance mode. Hopefully the music is working better. So you create a bounty hunter, you go on jobs, and you see what happens, essentially. So that's what we are going to do tonight. Now, as you can see, or at least you can hopefully see, the art is brilliant. This guy right here, very reminiscent of Mando in the top left. But it's pretty straightforward. I've done some of the world building stuff, or I should say the job building stuff ahead of time, because if I'm not mistaken, we should be able to close the job in one session, and then if we like it, if we want to watch more, we can do more. But we should be able to do that. I would kiss that guy's helmet. We have big helmet fans on the stream, absolutely. I know that much. So yes, I do not doubt that the helmet would get a smooch. So, I'll take you through some of how you would normally build a character, although I've done a lot of that ahead of time, and then we'll get into the actual playing of the game itself. So you have this really great introduction, which talks about, I don't like smooching helmets, not gonna lie. Are they cold? Are they warm? Are they smooth? Are they bumpy? There's so many questions to be had when it comes to kissing a helmet. So you're talking about in this game, bounty hunters are known as nomads. So there are some reference points where you'll hear them talking about nomads. That is who we are. That is what the characters are called. Those are the bounty hunters. And so it talks about how it's a complicated profession. What kind of kiss are you doing? Having a cut on your mouth? Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a That sounds like quite a kiss. Sounds like an acrobatic kiss. little teeth going on. No, not to yuck anyone's yum. You do you. But with a helmet, I would recommend less teeth. That would be my recommendation. Wouldn't you want to know? Ghost says. The people are curious. Then it gives you a great little sort of flavorful guild code. We'll see if that actually comes into play as the game proceeds. Maybe this is just for us to keep in the back of our minds as like a storytelling point. But the guild code is, finish the job. The guild always fulfills a contract. Only kill when necessary. The guild is a blade, not a hammer. Nomads don't fight nomads. The guild values a fair competition. Your employer's business is their own. The guild remains neutral. And don't get attached. The guild doesn't deal in good deeds. Kissing Chainsaw Man cosplays. Yeah, I would recommend not mixing kissing and anything that has to do with chains or saws, actually. I think keeping all of those things separate may be safer for everyone's mouths. But you know, you do you. Tells you what you'll need before you'll play. Character sheet printout. Pencils, erasers, all that stuff. We are going to be using some digital tools. I have a digital dice roller here that I use for lots of stuff. We're only going to need D6s, though, which should be pretty straightforward. Another thing is nice. You can play this game even if you just have the standard game dice of a D6. Tells you different ways you can play it. You can play arcade mode, where you're mostly just rolling dice, resolving combat. Or story mode, where you're sort of writing a short story, responding to prompts. We're probably going to be doing a little bit of halfway on both, right? Knowing me, I'll embellish a lot of the story, but ultimately we will be rolling dice and resolving conflicts that way, so it's going to be maybe half and half. And this gives you some of the key terms. So Nomad's the bounty hunter. Notoriety, favor, and motivation. These are some stats that we are going to gain or lose depending on things that happen to us in the game. Our actions are speak, attack, threaten, and recruit. And these will pop up, you'll see as we play. There'll be scenarios that happen in our missions, which allows us to do this. Factions, these are the main powers in the galaxy. There's a small breakdown of them coming up. But they're all the ones that you'd expect in a Star Wars adjacent, you know, sort of fanfic. There's an Empire, there's Rebels, there's a Mystic Order. All the stuff that you'd want. Locals, self-explanatory, the people of a planet. Assets, those are like your contacts and the people you make friends with. Hostiles, the opposite. Leads are NPCs that we're going to meet that will hopefully give us information that will lead to our target, right? And then finally, our target. So the person that we actually have to take in either warm or cold, right? So these are the key terms that are going to be floating around the game. Here's more on the actions. We'll probably dig more into these when they actually pop up in game, but it does give you a nice little breakdown of like what action you can take against what type of situation. A nice little handy chart, which we love charts. And the game actually plays fairly straightforward. Basically, whenever something happens, we roll a d6, and we roll a d6 for the opposite force, the challenge, the enemy, the scenario. And then depending on our equipment or our other modifiers and things like that, we'll add dice that will help determine whether it is a success or a failure, and then we move on from there. So pretty easy, not a lot of like bookkeeping with the dice. Although we do have one sort of feather in our cap, which is we do have the ability to gain motivation during scenes, and motivation will allow us to, yeah, similar to Rune in that regard, Ailing. We're pretty much only using d6s. Although you'll see, we don't really get to choose what we do with the dice like Rune, but the dice will decide the events based on what we choose. So it's similar but different. And then also, we are able to, pretty easy, bro, I'm already confused. I promise you, once we start, it's just, if you've watched our Rune streams, it seems like a lot up front, and then you start playing, we start rolling dice. It'll make sense. At least I hope, I promise. This is the first time I'm playing this, so I'm probably gonna make some mistakes. But at least compared to like D&D and stuff, the dice system is way simplified. And then we do have the ability to re-roll dice. During certain scenes, we may gain what is known as motivation, which allows us to re-roll our dice or the enemy's dice as many times as we have motivation to spend. So that means if y'all have any inspiration, I'll type in chat our inspo command. So yeah, if you have any channel points to spend on inspiration, you can give our nomad, our bounty hunter, some rerolls. And all right, so we won't talk about these actions yet. Oh, look at this art, so pretty. And now it's going to talk to you about your nomad, your bounty hunter. There are essentially 6 different archetypes for the bounty hunter. You know, once again, borrowing heavily from Star Wars tropes. So the armor is very much, you know, Mando, very much Boba Fett. The bot is like IG, is it 88, the assassin droid, you know? The brute would probably be like, whoever was that, like, Wookiee bounty hunter in Boba Fett, it was really cool, whose name I can't remember. And the uncanny is actually kind of like a mystical entity, so almost like a bounty hunter that has, like, Jedi powers, if you will. Or just, like, unusual capabilities. So, yeah, this is your building blocks. You start picking your archetype, and you build from there. I've already started doing some of this to save us some time, so I'll just sort of scroll through the options, but I'm going to go with Scoundrel, because your stylish exterior and cocky personality hide a mercurial talent for scraping your way out of precarious situations. I like the sound of that. I want to fly by the seat of my pants. I want to shoot first, ask questions later. Plus, I just like playing, like, you know, scoundrelly characters. That'll be fun. But yeah, this is like a breakdown of a nomad profile. It gives you some art as inspiration, shows you some of the loadout you'll have. Now, these are, of course, the loadouts and things, like, they've named these things. You could name them whenever you want. Like, all it really demonstrates is how much damage they do. So, you know, right now it says the armor has a modified laser rifle and a rocket launcher. You could name this weapon whatever you wanted to, but just know that you gain 3 to attack and 4 versus vehicles, right? And then it gives you some tables on what you'll roll for your origin, sort of a cool scar or mark of identification, and sort of like your triggers, like, you know, things in your past that have affected you. And then there's like 1 for each archetype, right? So they all play a little differently. Their equipment's a little different, which is fun. But once again, we're going with the Scoundrel. Because I kind of want to play a space cowboy. Maybe I just want to use his voice. Because I think that'd be mighty fun to go through space as a space cowboy. See you later, space cowboy. So this is going to be us. Which brings us to our character, who I've already generated some stuff for, and I have a little note on. So our nomad, our bounty hunter, is none other than Redarr Kenth. Welcome, howdy, Redarr Kenth at your service. So this was generated on Dolly. Won't be like an exact replica of who we are, but like a pretty close approximation. And we'll talk a little bit about Reddarr. So Reddarr is a human, although you might not be able to tell at first glance. I imagine this thing kind of gave him like a sort of like a Cyclops eye. In my mind, Reddar's wearing sort of like, imagine like a Daft Punk helmet, like the one that's like the clear glass, like black, you know, front, that might have like targeting holographic reticle stuff on it, but he's also wearing the cowboy hat on top, because obviously he's a space cowboy. He's wearing his duster. I also imagine, yeah, Daft Punk. I love Daft Punk too. When I was in Pittsburgh, when I lived in Pittsburgh, there was a, side note, there was a science observatory that would do laser light shows, and they routinely did a Daft Punk laser light show at the observatory, and it was awesome. I went multiple times because it was very fun. So yeah, so imagine like a space cowboy and like a thick duster and like wide brimmed hat, wearing like the black like glass Daft Punk helmet. I also imagine that the helmet itself is kind of like it can open and close, almost kind of like either as a sheet of like retractive glass, or like, you know, some sort of other futuristic synthetic material, or maybe like how Star-Lord's helmet in Guardians of the Galaxy works, where it like sort of phases in and becomes solid, you know. But he does have a face under that, a human face under that. But he just, you know, sort of rarely shows it. He's a bounty hunter. He's got a identity to protect and a face to protect. And we'll actually talk about why he has to protect his face in a second. So what is our loadout? Well, obviously, he's got his trusty laser pistol. He actually has 2. Because, it said you could have 1 or 2. I wanted to have 2, specifically because his ranged weapon is supposed to be a laser pistol. His melee weapon was written in the stat block to be a stun baton, which is cool, but I like the idea that he had 2 guns. And then I started thinking about, you know, the trope of, like, gun fu, like gun kata. So I was like, that'd be cool if, like, he did gun fu, but how would he use a stun baton with gun fu? So instead, what I imagine his loadout is he has his pistols, and then, like, in the handle of each pistol, Wolf out here with a bunch of helmeted characters that are either knights or bounty hunters. Listen, it's a good trope. It's a reason why so many characters fall under this umbrella. It's so good. I imagine that his pistols, in the handles, like, I don't know what you'd call the butt of a pistol, but like, you know, like sort of like the pommel on a sword, right? They actually have these big, chunky, like, stun packs. So as he's, like, gun kata-ing and, like, shooting, if someone gets too close, he can, like, pistol whip them, and when he pistol whips them, it sends, like, an electric jolt through their body that helps them, like, fight in melee. So he never really has to put down his guns, even if people are getting really close to him. So, like, yeah, that's how and so, you know, he can, like, spin them around and do, like, gun tricks and, like, whack people with them and, like, electrocute them. Basically just be a badass space bounty hunter guy. And then other equipment that he has is, of course, his wide-brimmed hat. He's got some thigh holsters, his duster coat. It actually gives him very little defense. He has very high attack. He has +4 to attack, but only 1 defense. So he's kind of a glass cannon, which fits the, you know, the role of being the scoundrel, the shoot first, ask questions later. But we'll see how much trouble that gets us into as the stream goes on. His origin story, that he was raised and mentored by the infamous Kel Woe, who was another nomad, who has gone missing. I kind of wrote that Kel helped Reddarr become a nomad, right? After Reddarr had kind of gotten into an altercation with someone at, like, let's say a canteen or, like, a space bar, you know, like a problem, and ended up turning into a shootout. And so a couple things are going to make sense here. So he gets into a shootout with this guy. He wins the duel. He kills the guy. But in the process of the duel, he gets his eye shot out, right? So his scar that he has, which this was part of the rolled events, but I kind of embellished on it. He actually has an eye patch, but it's not so much an eye patch as it is just like a sheet of metal that has like a holographic targeting reticle, like, you know, built into it, but it links up with his helmet. So when his helmet's on, you know, it's connected to his, like, targeting eye patch, and then when it's off, it just goes to the eye patch. But that's how he got his scar, was he lost a duel with this guy. But here's the kicker. He did not realize that at the time, this guy that he had gotten into this altercation with, because I imagine Reddarr was probably like a scrapper, like, punk kid, you know, getting into trouble where he shouldn't have been, really just getting into fights because that's what happens in these, like, backwater planets. He did not realize that the guy that he fought and killed was a mark for the nomads, for the guild. And Kel was on the job. So Kel sees this whole thing go down, sees that Reddarr kills his mark, and then approaches him, and, like, well, first of all, he, like, approaches him because he's, like, bleeding out, and he, like, patches him up, right? And then he's like, oh, by the way, you just took my kill. That was my job. And so then Reddar's like, oh my god, you're a nomad, or oh my stars, whatever, whatever the great cosmic beings exist in this space universe, you're a nomad. And so he's very interested in that, and Kel sort of takes Reddarr under his wing, because Kel doesn't really have anywhere else to be. Kel sees that Reddarr has potential. He's a good shot. He's got grit, he's got tenacity. He's just kind of, like, hot-headed and cocky and gets into too much trouble. So he's like, I'll take this kid under my wing. I'll you know, help him be the nomad. I'll give him a purpose. Which also kind of goes against the guild code, because we saw in the guild code that you don't really get attached, you don't get involved. So that's kind of like another thing that kind of bonds them together. Meowdy level 1, Meowdy Dragoon Kitten, happy to see you. I'm just talking about the origin story of our bounty hunter, Redarr Kenth. Thank you for joining us. So Kel kind of broke guild code to take Reddarr under his wing, And so that kind of endeared Reddarr to him even more, because he's like truly seeing him as this father figure, because he kind of forsaked his vows, his guild like code, to help him join the crew. So that's part of his origin story there, and that goes into his eye patch. So here's the trigger. This is the thing. This is sort of like the event in his life that is, the drama. So as written, it says, "I failed to pull the trigger when it would have saved hundreds of lives." That's sort of like a moment in Reddar's life, which is a sticking point. So what I wrote, because it says Kell is missing, but it never says why Kell is missing. So this is what I have in my headcanon, right? Kell and Reddarr are on a job together. And we'll say it's against the Old Empire, because why not? The Old Empire is always like the universal bad guys. And I imagine that there's a moment where, and I sort of just made this term up in my head, that they're fighting, and there's this device called a warp bomb. Okay? It's like a sci-fi super weapon. It's like an explosive, but anything in the blast radius is like trans-dimensionally, transported, teleported, somewhere like so deep into space, or like maybe into extra-dimensional space, that it's essentially a death sentence, right? As far as anyone knows. It's like an experimental weapon technology. And in my mind, they're fighting through these Old Empire goons trying to get to the warp bomb. And there's like a moment where Reddarr has a chance to like maybe destroy the trigger mechanism to like this warp bomb that's like gonna go off. But to do so, because they're fighting through all these soldiers, and they're all getting worn down and wounded. To do so, he has to shoot through Kell, right? And Kell is like, take the shot, kid. It's our only chance. Yeah. And Reddarr can't do it. Reddarr keeps like, he's holding the gun. He's like, you better move, Kell. Just get out of the way. And, Kell's like, there's not enough time, blah, blah, blah. And, the countdown's ticking. And, of course, Reddarr chokes because he thinks he can save Kell, but he does not pull the trigger. The warp bomb goes off. Kell gets wrapped up in the explosion, along with a bunch of other, like, innocents, right? And then is teleported away. And we don't really know where Kell is now. For all Reddarr knows, Kell could have been deposited into the vacuum of deep space and, like, instantly killed, or could have been displaced to another part of the galaxy or a different planet, like, light years away. There's no way to tell. But perhaps that will be, because it's an experimental weapon, right? But perhaps that will unveil itself during our story, or maybe it won't. But that's at least my headcanon for Reddarr. He had this mentor named Kell that he cared for very dearly, and he could not sacrifice him when it really counted. And because he could not finally pull the trigger, it caused a great ramification for not only himself, but some other innocents as well. So that's kind of like my headcanon. His personality is cocky and arrogant, because, he's a cowboy. He thinks he's pretty hot shit, tough shit. What's interesting is when you pick a personality trait, it also asks you a question to further define your character, and then it says, what garish item of clothing draws attention to me because I'm cocky and arrogant? And maybe it's because I've just been reading Mistborn by Brandon Sanderson lately, but I love the idea of the mist cloak. If you've read Mistborn, if you're familiar with it, all these characters called the Mistborn, they wear this thing called a mist cloak, and it's essentially like a mantle, like a leather mantle cloak, that instead of having like a full cape, like a single piece of material, it's actually several strips that are cut right into like several long pieces. So when it's hanging down, it just kind of looks like one continuous like thick cloak. But as soon as like you would move, it like flares out into all these separate, strips very dramatically. And everyone in the world knows that if you're wearing a mist cloak, that you're Mistborn. In this universe, is just a really cool, item of clothing, which denotes his status as someone who's like, kind of has a bit of a swagger to him. But I like the idea that, like when he's standing, when Reddar's standing completely still, maybe he has his his hands near his holster, you can't tell, because the cloak is all hanging down and making this just sheet of like synthetic material, like leather over top of his duster. But as soon as he goes to like draw, then like all of the flaps fly up and, you know, all the strips are in the air, and now he's got his guns blazing and, you know, big dramatic reveal kind of thing. So that's like his garish item of clothing, which everyone can know him by, is his synthetic sort of stripped cloak. I also imagine that this is once again purely headcanon here. In this universe, you know, I imagine there are hover bikes, because hover bikes are awesome. I imagine that Reddarr has a hover bike. It's probably how he does a lot of his, like, scouting on different missions. And because he's a cowboy, I imagine that when he gets on his hover bike, right, like, he has these attachments on his boots that, like, maybe there's sort of like a magnetic or like a mag lock sort of thing that, like, locks him in. But when he's not riding his hover bike, they're still attached to his boots. So when he walks, it makes the sound like he's wearing, what do you call them? Not stirrups. I just had the word at the tip of my tongue. You know those cool spurs, right? The things the cowboys wear, they go jingle jangle. So, you know, gives him that awesome cowboy entrance when he's walking around. But when he's in his hover bike, it like helps him lock in and like stay on his hover bike. So that is Reddarr and Kel. Mostly Reddar's the only one we're going to be worried about. But, you know, Kel's there to give us some narrative implication for our story. So then once you go through our setup here, yeah, you'll go through setting up your bounty hunter through everything I just talked about, all the different origin scars, triggers. Then you go into their species. There's technically 12 species and then robots. Of course, we're probably going to pretend there's much more, but this gives you a pretty good idea. It gives you some starting names. I just chose to make up a name for Reddarr. I actually used the Star Wars name generator, so he's a little different. But, you know, if you want to roll for your species, you can do that. The personality traits, which I just talked about. And then you start building your job, your hunt, your contract, right? So it gives you a little breakdown for how you build the contract. So you generate their name, their species, their personality, the planet they're rumored to be hiding on, the faction who posted the bounty, and why, right? And you can use a lot of the same tables for the name and the species and the personality that we just used to generate a hunter that you can do for the mark, right? Which I already did ahead of time once again, so we'll get there in a second. But then there's tables for the planets. There's tables for the factions. So I actually took one of the pre-made. I rolled one of the random pre-made planets to get us started, which I'll go to job 1. So yeah, I rolled Talus, the desert planet, which is pretty fitting. I mean, you know, Star Wars, Tatooine, there's always a desert planet. So we're going to be landing our ship in a canyon on the edge of the dunes to avoid causing a scene. And then I guess from there, I imagine that Reddar's ship is red. Like, in Cowboy Bebop, right? He had, like, the red starfighter, the single starfighter. I imagine it's kind of like that. And then, like, when he lands, like, you know, there's, like, a cargo bay that opens up and he has, like, a matching red speeder bike. Because, of course, he's cocky and arrogant and everything about him is, like, painted hot rod red. So, yes, of course. It gives you an idea of the predominant species of the planet. So humans is one of them. Also, Murians, who the book describes as rat-like. They're like rat folk. And then Lektok, which are bug folk. So that's our predominant species. There'll be others probably. But those are the predominant humans, rat folk, and bug folk. And then it gives you some ideas for destinations you'll see. And then it gives you an idea of the factions that have influence over this planet, which will probably crop up as we generate scenes. So here, the controlling faction of Talus is the Targ Cartel, which, as far as I understand it, as I've read in the book so far, are like the Hutts, right? They're like a species of slug-like people who are gangsters, and they lead gangs of smugglers and, you know, other kinds of nefarious characters. Then the challenging influence on this planet, who's competing primarily for territory on the Targ Cartel, is the Old Empire. So, I have to look at the factions. I don't know if I think they leave these kind of open-ended for you to fill in as you want. So maybe as we go along, if chat has any really strong ideas about like how certain things look or feel for factions like the Empire and things like that. I already want to call the Empire the Imperium, like Warhammer, just to like give it a little bit of difference from Star Wars. But yeah, so the Imperium is challenging control of Talus from the Targ Cartel. And then there's a minor faction here, which is the Mystic Order. And the Mystic Order, of course, are our Jedi equivalents. I think for the purposes of, once again, trying to make the story a little different, I think I'm going to treat the Mystic Order as kind of like a mix between almost like Psylocke from the X-Men and like a Green Lantern. Like, yes, like they have psychic powers, but it's mostly about, like, it's not like they have a lightsaber, it's that they can project like beams of psionic force that like look like weapons, or they can conjure like, you know, objects, like crude objects like spheres and blades and like walls of psionic energy, and like move them and like use them to attack people, and of course probably know like space karate. But like, you know, just make them a little different from Jedi. They can still obviously fight in melee, they still have psychic powers, but just to give them a little bit of a different feel. But they are the minor faction here, so I'm imagining they're probably in some form of hiding. I imagine the old Empire is hunting them, you know, a la Star Wars. And they're hunting them in the midst of trying to wrestle control from the Targ Cartel. Is kind of the power balance that I'm imagining in my mind. So we have a planet for our job, and then you create your person, who I already did ahead of time, right? Oh, it should also be mentioned that when I was generating Kel, because I decided to do some work on Kel. So Kel his species is known as the Onsiet, who are just called the Many-Eyed. And I rolled some random stuff in a different character generator resource that I have, which I might use as we play. So as far as I know, Kel had leathery red skin, and he had 4 jet black eyes. That was probably a joke between them, like he had 4 eyes, and Reddarr only has 1. So it's kind of like, could you spare me an eye? Like, blah, blah, blah. Because they were close enough, they could probably make those kind of jokes and not, like, be mad at each other. He was a very calm, self-assured kind of bounty hunter. Unlike Kel, unlike Reddarr, I should say, who is a bit hot-headed and quick to action. And one of the questions was, what kind of weakness does this, like, very self-assured character have? And I decided, you know, that at some point in his life, whether Reddarr knew this or not, he had lost a son, which is why he adopts Reddarr. And he just in general had a soft spot for younglings and like youths, and like wanted to protect them, even if it was like put him at risk or against guild code. And then he was originally the sheriff of a peaceful town that was raided by Targ Cartel hoverbike gangs. And his scar, he had a cybernetic arm because his original arm was removed by the Targ Cartel. So as far as I'm concerned, Reddarr does not like the Targ Cartel. I'm gonna make that, and does not like the Targ Cartel. Just because they had personally affected his mentor and essentially his father figure in such, you know, brutal ways in the past. He does not like the Targ Cartel very much, which unfortunately is the ruling force on this planet. So that may or may not come up. But you know, just to do a little bit more world building, he just has a bit of a chip on his shoulder for the Targ Cartel. But who is our mark? So we're on Talus, the desert planet, and who are we hunting? We are hunting Navi Mod. Navi Mod, once again generated by Dolly. Thank you very much. So Navi Mod is a pellicid, which they are a species that is kind of rock-like. They're almost like golems. They have like crystalline and rock-like structures growing out of their bodies. I rolled a couple of random features. Although this thing didn't do an exact job of what I was going for, it's still a cool picture. I imagine that, you know, it has this rocky crystalline body, and the head actually floats above the body out of some sort of unknown force, or maybe a mechanical force But it's just like an orb, like a stony orb with like a glowing eye on it that just sort of floats above the head, you know? Navi is a stoic, hard to read. I mean, granted, they're made of stone, so maybe that has something to do. Maybe the species in general is not the most emotive. But in general, the personality is very solemn, very stoic. And what misdeed are they trying to atone for? This is interesting, because it plays into the planet dynamics in a cool way. So, Navi actually owes an incredible debt to the Red Moon Syndicate, who's another... So if the Targ Cartel are like the lowbrow criminals, like, you know, kind of being rough and like and running people down, the Red Moon Syndicate are like the high-end criminal structure, and they're at odds, right? He owes an incredible debt to the Red Moon because, and this is what I also rolled for the contract start, the contractor is actually the Red Moon Syndicate, and the bounty on Navi is because Navi was caught selling spice, so space drugs, for the Targ Cartel in Red Moon Syndicate territory. Bad news. You don't double cross the Red Moon. And so Navi has gone to Talus because it is a Targ protected. It's Targ space. So Navi thinks they'll be safe there. Navi says, I'll just lay low. I'll hide out in Targ space. Maybe make some money on the side. Maybe I can pay my debt to the Red Moon, or they'll forget about me. But little do they know, does Navi know that the Red Moon has hired a nomad by the name of Redarr Kenth to collect that bounty. So Navi is our mark, and it's in Talus space. And so then you do the contract, you do the factions. Oh yeah, and it gives you a breakdown of the factions. You can see Old Empire, New Uprising, Tog Cartel, Red Moon Syndicate. The Trade Alliance is another minor faction which can possibly crop up, and then the Mystic Order. So right now, in terms of our story, it seems like the only ones who are going to be major players are Red Moon Syndicate, our benefactor, right? Old Empire, currently fighting for control from the Targ Cartel, who Reddarr does not very much care for. And then the Mystic Order is hiding out on this planet as well. So that kind of gives you a backdrop for our scene. So you can just see, from rolling a couple of D6s, you can craft a pretty complex storyline. Like, you know what I mean? You can already get a pretty deep amount of lore going on and have an interesting hunt ready for you. So I think, with that being said, that takes care of... Oh, look at this art. The art is so, like, it's cute, but it's also very, like, badass. I like this Cantina Band kind of vibe they got going on. And you can see, actually, all of these characters, like the bot, the assassin here. These are actually the main characters they showed in the character creation scene. So they're kind of like, there's the armor right there. So it's kind of like their iconic characters, which is fun, too. There's the Brute. So yeah, so now we can actually get to playing the game. So it pretty much works like this. Oh, and I should mention too, if you're interested in buying this, you can get it on, I think it's called itch.io. It's like $10 to get the PDF. And not only does it come with all of these rules documents, it also comes with this really awesome, which we're going to be using, these links to... Did I close the page by accident? Nope, there it is. The creator of the game has made all of these web pages that already do random rolls for you. You know what I mean? Like, they program them to, like, to give you... to be the random roll generators. And those are all included, those destinations, in the PDF. So if you want to play this game by yourself, and, you know, you just want to make it easier on your own... all the tools are already built there for you, so very cool. For $10, you get all of this and the extra generation tools. You can have a lot of fun for not a lot of money. Might head off soon because I'm working on my comic. Hope the game goes well. Ghost, I didn't know you were doing a comic. Post it in a project sometime. We want to read. We want to know. We want to know your secrets. We want to know your fun stuff you're working on. But yeah, so happy to have you. If like I said, if you need to come back, we'll be here. So the game kind of runs in a loop. Essentially, we go to the exploration phase. An event will happen during exploration. It's currently just a little writing and character design. I mean, that's how all comics start, Ghost. So it sounds like you're doing the damn thing to me. But you know, be cool to know what the vibe is, what like the setting is. I haven't read like a True Blue comic in a long while, but if it was a member of the community's comic, that'd be pretty fun. Make some time for that. Yeah, so the gameplay kind of goes on this loop. We head to exploration phase. It'll have an event that we solve, and then at the end of the exploration, we'll go to a destination, which will also have another event that will happen some of those explorations or destinations will get us closer to leads, which once again are the characters that will have information for us that will get us closer to our target. Once we've acquired 2 leads, right, in this loop, going back to exploration, destination, once we found 2 leads, the 3rd lead actually becomes the target. It's like The Boys and Deadpool mixed, but I'm ahead off. Okay. Yeah, put details in the server. I mean, Deadpool and The Boys, so kind of like grimdark superhero, maybe a little tongue-in-cheek snarky. I dig it. That sounds like fun. I would read that. Yeah, give us the deets. Give us the info in the server. So once you find your 3rd lead, it becomes your target, and that is how you finish your job, your hunt, right? Is taking out well, maybe not taking out the target. We'll see what happens. But that's the loop. And these are all the events, which once again, you can see there's tons of tables, which are built in that all pretty much roll off of a D6. But because we have these wonderful pages that have been made for us by the creator of the game, we can probably save ourselves some manual rolling. I'm going to drop this in here. So I have a destination and an exploration phase. Perfect, which is what I want. Because I think we're going to be able to start. I've never played this game before, so I'm a little nervous. Like, what if I do it wrong? But I don't think there's really that you can do it wrong, right? It's a solo RPG with friends. You can't do it wrong. But it will be interesting. I've never done it before. So, let's return to our... So, alright. Let's get in our headspace here. I'm Redarr Kenth, a nomad for the guild. I'm hunting myself a pellicid by the name of Navi Mod. A spice runner, a ne'er-do-well, hiding out in Targ space. Because they think they can hide from the Red Moon. Well, as long as the Red Moon's putting some credits in my pocket, there ain't no place you can run, Navi. And this gun finds everyone who's hiding eventually. As where was our Talus, our planet? So our spaceship, our crimson red starfighter, finds its way into Talus space. We land our ship in a canyon on the edge of the dunes to avoid causing the scene. So I imagine, the back hatch opens. You hear the engine. Well, first of all, you hear the metallic spurs with the clink, clink, clink as the. We'll say that Reddarr walks out, doesn't have his face shield on yet. You can see his human visage underneath. He's probably got like all bounty hunting protagonists in Star Wars lately. He's got like a rugged handsomeness about him. He's lived a hard life, right? And he's missing an eye. He's got a little scruff, maybe a little bit sand blasted in the face. But he's a good-looking guy, but he's lived a hard life. And he has his targeting reticle eye patch that's sort of like scanning the environment. I'm sort of getting a blip on how far away the nearest population center is, and the wind is rushing. And there's sand kicking up, and the flaps of his cloak that are cut into those strips are whipping against the wind. You can see all of his gear, his armor, his 2 guns glinting and blazing at his sides. That's when he knows Daylight's only gonna get shorter. Gotta get ourselves a pellicid. And the face shield closes in front of his face. All you can see is that, like, glossy black shield that'll eventually, like, you know, sort of clip on with some holographic symbols and, like, targeters underneath as he sort of puts his hat down low, walks over to his hover bike, clink, clink, locks in with those magnetic winches on his boots, and then the hover bike sort of starts whirring up and jets off across the sands, kicking up a bunch of grain in his wake as he sets his sights on wherever the nearest, we'll say, like, you know, transmission beacon is, someplace hopefully that people will be. So I think that means that puts us into our first exploration phase. So we're going to explore. Oh, and I do have a sheet for our character as well here, which is sort of like a cut down version of the one that I typed up on OneNote, but this should help us, you know, work on things in a shorter term. Just to look at all of our numbers. So if our notoriety is 5 or higher, our notoriety is 0. We've gained no notoriety on this planet yet, so definitely not. We will not encounter a lead. Otherwise, you find a locked crate painted with the logo of the controlling faction. So this is Targ. So yeah, we're like, we're like, we're speeding our way. You know, in our helmet, our visor, we get like a blip that there's sort of a metallic presence being buried in the sand. So we, of course, we skid real hard. Well, I guess you don't skid in a hover bike, but we do a sharp turn, which causes a massive wave of sand to kick up in our wake. As we zero in on the location, you know, our visor's like zooming in as we're getting a bead on it. We hop off as we begin to walk, the sand coming up to like our ankles as we're trudging through the thick storm brewing. It's marked with the logo of the controlling faction, Targ Space, which, as we know, these Targs, I ain't got much love for them. They done hurt some people I cared about in the past. Maybe I should return the favor. So, we find a useful stash of ammo and fuel canisters. We gain 1 motivation. Okay, so that means we get a free reroll later. Who was this crate intended to resupply? And why did the pickup fail? Interesting. So I'm going to make a note here. So this is event 1. I should say exploration 1. Exploration 1. So we find a useful stash of ammo and fuel canisters. Well, obviously the intended delivery was the Targ. Was there a specific Targ that this was aimed for? Let's roll a D100, and we'll say there's a 30% chance there's a specific name on it. Okay, so the sand has worn down any. I should move this so we can see the numbers that I'm rolling here. We got a 52. I said 30% chance, so this is over 30. So we know it is a Targ contact, no name identified, because the sand has worn down any denoting marks. But why? Well, we know that the Targ and the old Empire are at odds currently. So we'll say that this looks like it is. So I'm gonna borrow a page out of Mass Effect for a second, if everyone likes other sci-fi properties, where pretty much every gun that you have runs off of a universal like plasma sink economy, right? So no matter what gun we have, we can like, you know, make it work for us. But we'll say that the plasma sinks are like military grade, and they are compatible with like heavy anti-vehicular weaponry, right? So... Oh, time for me to suffer for 3 hours? I'll be here suffering, chatty. Ailing, I'm sorry. Why are you suffering? Are you at work right now? I know sometimes you listen in from work. Or maybe you're... I hope you're not suffering too much. And hopefully... Oh, we're raiding! That's right. Okay, well, hopefully, the voice of Redarr Kenth will give you inspiration and allow you to raid most feverishly. Yeah, we're gonna say that they're military grade, they're compatible with anti-vehicular weaponry. It seems like the Targ are mounting for a full-scale assault on an old Empire, like, military outpost. But somewhere along the way, this got lost. And why did it fail? Why did it fail? Let's get our dice back up here. Well, if it was Empire, they would have confiscated it, right? If it was Empire, they would have confiscated it, and the Mystic Order, as far as I know, doesn't have any reason to want to stop this from happening. So I'm gonna say a 70% chance. 70% chance it was like wildlife. It was like a native alien monstrous species to this planet, and then anything else I'll think about it in my brain. Yeah, 70%, 50%. Yeah. So, yeah, this was like, we can see that there are some remains of gangsters wearing Targ uniforms, and they're absolutely shredded, and like corpses, whatever. So these were killed by local fauna. So we don't know what kind of creatures are native to Talus just yet, the sand planet. But we do know that they can be aggressive to the point where they will hunt down speeder bikes that are, on their own. And, I mean, they have no interest in the ammo and the fuel cells, but they will definitely be interested in the meat that they can get from the riders. So Kel takes a look at all of this... This blood and viscera. He takes his... Oh, actually, no. He wouldn't take off his hat. He wouldn't. What's the word? Commemorate. He wouldn't like give thanks, or not thanks, but like what's the word? Console the souls of the Targ. He has no love for them. So he'll look at like the shredded up bodies. He'll actually open up his visor to like spit on their grave, like into the sand, and like let the shield close back up. Serves you right, you bastards. And then he'll like saunter back over to his speeder bike with a few new fuel cells, and he will resync his guns up with the new plasma sinks and get ready to head into town. So we have to go to our destinations now. We're going to arrive. We arrive at a small outpost or enclave run by the challenging faction. So this is actually, I mentioned there was an outpost, a military outpost by the old Empire. So this is what this is. So this is an outpost run by the old Empire. So, a very strong military presence. Everybody is like marching up and down the streets in their ceremonial armor. It's all very strict. We can probably see like the townsfolk who are not wholesale committed to the ideology of the old Empire, probably, cowering or staying small, or like peeking out from behind their doors. I come, riding into town on my speeder bike. I probably catch a few eyes. I'm definitely not a normal sight in these parts. I can search for anyone who might know my target to gain one favor. And I can speak with a local... I have to choose one. Speak to a local who works here to... and then rest to gain a motivation. I think what I want to do is search for anyone who might know my target, because I already have a motivation. I don't need to rest. I'm pretty fresh. I just arrived on Talus. So I'm going to go back to my character sheet. I'm going to gain a favor. I don't think search is an action I take. Yeah, speak, threaten, attack. So this is just something that happens automatically. So I search for anyone who might know my target, and I gain a favor. So let's do a little NPC generation. Let's see who we might run into. Do we have... I think there is a generator for characters in here. Is this the right one? Let's find out. Yeah, I think this will work. I'm also going to put my destination... Can I get another destination page? Yeah, I want all 3 of them, because I feel like I'm going to need all 3 of them. So, although this is not a lead, this is just an NPC. So, I wander, let's say... Where would I go? Where am I? I guess I go to the cantina, right? That's kind of like the place people go when they're trying to gain information. And I run into a Valk, who is a bird-like species. Bird-like. And they are... I'm going to say this one in particular, in my mind's eye, I'm going to say they kind of look like a vulture. They're vulture-like. Maybe it's like the desert vibes. And I'll give them an interesting little, let's see what interesting distinctive feature or whatever that they will have. I'll roll this twice. So 19 and 1, 16. Oh, interesting. I'm gonna re-roll that one more time since they would already have a beak. I'm doing some mental math here, so don't mind me. Okay, interesting. Okay. So I rolled a bunch of dice to see the Valk, any sort of interesting features that they might have. So, so it looks like a vulture. Job 1, vulture-like. They also have eye stalks. So their eyes are on like 2 long sort of slug-like eye stalks. And this one in particular has a bunch of earrings and... Well, actually, we'll say not earrings, jewelry. Jewelry. Bunch of jewelry adorned on them. This is Sesme Urat is the name of this individual. Sesme Urat. I'm going to roll a random die to see like what their pronouns might be. I'll say 1 to 2 he, 3 to 4 she, and 5 6 they. She. Sesme Urat. Pronouns. She and her. Okay. So we have this, I imagine, a tall figure, like a hulking figure. Oh, I should have probably rolled, well, I mean, it was, because the predominant species is not Valk, but that's fine. There's obviously going to be outliers. They're solemn. A solemn character wearing a bunch of jewelry makes me kind of feel like they're kind of rich and like self-important. What treasured items do they always keep close? Yeah, they are treasured item. They are always clinging to their jewels. You know, sort of like rubbing their rings. They're wealthy. She's wealthy. And she does not mind, anyone knowing it. So destination. So we're at, oh, it re-rolled. I think it's okay. I already got the 1 favor. That's all I need to know. So I also rolled a little NPC connection table to help me set some scenes. So let's see. We're gonna mute. We pick 1 from each category. This isn't in the game Notorious, by the way. This is just a general solo RPG and NPC conversation generator thing. So yeah, let's try to speculate we're gonna speculate the discussing of allies. which makes sense given what we're trying to do right now. So we're going to speculate the discussion of allies. So I see, you know, I walk into this cantina. There are guards that are like off shift, that are like looking stoically, you know, old Empire guards around. They're probably looking for signs of Targ, Targ activity. There are like some locals who are probably keeping to themselves or feeling kind of small. But then there's Sesme, who is sort of like in her own private booth, and her eyes are like scanning the crowd, all wobbling in different directions. As much as one can have a smug smile on a beaked vulture-like mouth, she has one, as she enjoys, I imagine, a drink from like a long-stemmed glass that has like an equally as long bendy straw. It's almost like a hose that like goes to her mouth. And she instantly piques my interest because there's just an air of confidence about her that is unlike anyone else in this town. And people who are that wealthy and are that self-assured normally have some connections. So I wander over, clink, 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 you know, my spurs jingling. And I say, well, pardon me, ma'am, don't want to interrupt your day drinking here, but I reckon you are a person of some importance. I'd like to share a couple words with you. That Texas swagger, yeah, exactly, Loki. Just swaggering up to the bar. If I can ease your trepidations, I got a couple credits with your name on it. Might buy you another one of these drinks you fancy. As I like put my hand on the table and slide over a few like holographic chits that like denote some worth. And you see Sesame's eye stalks sort of like wiggle down and like take a look at the what's the word I just said? Credits. You know, evaluating their amount before sort of like wiggling back up to me as she extends her like taloned hand.
Why, anything for a gentleman of fine taste. To sit with me must mean that you have a discerning eye for great treasure.
As I, you know, swing out the sides of my cape and like sling into a seat. You can say I have a way of finding what's worth a damn out here in the dunes, I say cryptically. Speaking of things of great worth, I might be interested in a certain person of interest. Made their way to Talus recently. You seem like the type who might have an eye for interesting folk. As she sort of smiles and like female Deborah Bird. Yeah, well, you know, we'll try and work on the bird voice. She smiles sheepishly.
Ah, yes. Interesting folk indeed.
Sort of like gives him like a flirtatious glance, even though like his face is behind his shield. But you know, she's just loving the attention. She's so like high on her supply of self-confidence.
Interesting folk indeed. I might say there are some very close.
And I just no-sells that one. I no-sell that one from behind the mask. As I was saying, there's a certain Pelicid, rock folk by the name of Navi Mod. Came through these parts not too long ago. That ring any bells? And she sort of drums her talons against the table for a minute as she takes a long sip of her drink.
Well, I deal in certain wares,
she says as she like runs her hands across her various trinkets and baubles, which gleam, you know, elegantly throughout the light.
The old empire has a way of paying handsomely those for their loyalty, and I am very loyal,
she says once again, sort of craning her neck flirtatiously in in Reddar's direction.
There are those, however, who have little loyalty.
I'm losing my mind. I would flirt 10 out of 10. Would you flirt with Sesme or would you flirt with Reddarr? I mean, either or. But Sesme's laying it on thick for Reddarr. Both. And Reddarr says, yeah, actually, this Navi, it's why they're in a bit of hot water, you could say. Their loyalty came into question. They were peddling some wares they shouldn't have been, if you catch my drift. And to this, she sort of like smiles coyly and nods her head.
There is much contraband that flies its way through Talus, but some more than others.
She makes like a gesture like with her talon against her beak. I imagine, you know, spice is probably inhaled. So she's making some sort of gesture that like says like, I know you're talking about spice. People do spice here on Talus. And you know, I give a knowing nod back. I have certain benefactors who are interested in the location of this Navi, and let's just say I'm loyal too to my friends. Those that make sure I get my end of the bargain fulfilled. You understand.
I understand completely.
And she smiles as she like finally takes her claws over the credits and like sinks them back in her direction and like pockets them very, very, what's the word? Coyly.
You might want to look at a nearby location.
As she like takes out, like she has maybe like a little wrist computer, like hits a little data pad. There's probably like what's the future equivalent of airdrop, right? Like syncs up and like sees that there's a nearby info drop in Reddar's location.
You should ask for this Navi here. Perhaps someone has seen a rock-like figure trouncing about.
And then, you know, that information is like downloaded. It comes up on my visor, so I'm like, boop, boop, boop. I get like the map location. I get like a readout. I can't really tell what it is yet because I have to generate that through the game. But at least narratively speaking, Sesme does give me sort of like the next likely location. As I smile to myself. Oh, sorry. I want to see if there's any other thing for the destination. Oh, it's a new destination. I think I just get this. I was going to speak. Otherwise, I had to do a speak to locals. But I didn't have to do that with Sesme. So I just get the favor. And so I smile and I say, this is quite valuable information. Sure you can part with it? I say as I lean in, and she's been flirty back and like she's been giving me a lot. So I want to sort of play. I want to play to her, I want to say her fault, her weakness a little bit, as I lean in and I'll loop one of my fingers into the chains around her neck, all of her fancy jewels, and I'll like pick it up and I'll sort of give it like a little tug, you know, sort of like giving a note that's like, oh, like, you sure you can part with it, knowing full well that she's very rich, but also trying to like give a little pressure, right? Like kind of like tug her in my direction. Sure you can part with it. And you can see she like, there's a bit of a flush on her cheeks, her eye stalks like quiver a little bit.
For you, I think I could make some exceptions.
And I smile from behind the visor and I take my finger out from the chain and I give her sort of like we'll give her a finger gun. You know, cheesy, but it works for Reddarr. Then I'll be seeing you later, Sesme. You keep your nose clean, you hear?
I'll do my best. Safe travels, nomad.
She's well aware that that's the kind of profession I likely run. And I you know, I'm walking away. She's got my back. I hear nomad. I turn. You know, yeah, gotta be a little cringe, of course. Gotta be a little cringe to let off the steam. I look over my shoulder, you can just see the visor, and then I tip my hat in her direction. Ma'am. And clink, 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 and I walk my way out of the cantina, and I head towards this new location, which she has just sent me. So, all right, perfect. So we kind of have a new character now. We have, we've learned of Sesme Urat. So she's some sort of, she seems like some sort of noble, that is in league with the old empire. Interesting. Okay. So I sort of, bartered with her. Paid her some credits. And flirted. Oh yeah, can you see our main character? For sure. And also, apologies that some of the stream elements were working. The follower count and stuff. The stream was acting really goofy, but luckily we're live, so that's all that really matters. Paid her some credits and flirted to get some info. Okay. Yeah, I'll show you our main character. Well, so I'm going to have to describe a little bit, because Dali, of course, generated some of it, but it's not a direct application of how they look. So this is Reddarr. So Reddarr is a space cowboy. Reddarr is a human. But underneath, so basically this picture kind of makes him look like he's wearing this big Cyclops helmet. It's a little true. He kind of has like a Daft Punk helmet on that gives him like a holographic like eye, sometimes like a targeting device, because he actually has one eye. He has an eye patch. It also has like a targeting reticle built into it. But when he wears his face shield, it like all connects. But he has like this Daft Punk-ass helmet on with a big cowboy hat. He's got a duster, like a big leather duster. And on top of his duster, he wears this cloak that actually is cut into several strips of like synthetic material like leather. So it looks like one solid sheet of material when he's like still, but as soon as he starts walking, you know, and it blows up, there's like these like big long strips. If you're familiar with Mistborn by Brandon Sanderson, it's like a mist cloak. And he's got two big badass pistols, and his melee weapon is he actually has installed like a stun, like a shock module on the back of his pistols. So when he's fighting, when he's doing like gun fu, he's doing like gun kata, he can like pistol whip people and like give them electric shocks. Is essentially his that's his whole thing, his whole vibe. He's a bounty hunter. So Redarr Kenth, yeehaw, like a space cowboy. All right, so now, so we did our destination, we did our exploration, and we haven't found a lead yet, which means we go back to exploration. But at least we gained a favor, and and are getting closer to target. Okay, so now we go back to exploration. We're gonna roll a random event. Ooh, there's no sign of our target, but something interrupts our hunt. So we're back on our speeder bike. And of course, a lot of the old Empire soldiers probably eye us warily, as we are this rugged, unknown figure who's speeder biking their way across their territory. But there's a big blast of the engine furnace. More dust kicks up behind us as we sail our way into the dunes. What interrupts our hunt? So we find a stubborn local arguing with two hostiles from the controlling factions. They are fighting at range. Okay, so a local would be someone local to this planet. So we know that the predominant species on this planet are humans, Lektok, right? The Mantis people, yes, and the Murians. So let's roll to see who the predominant the local is. A 5. It's a Lektok, a bug person. Okay, so exploration 2. So we're in the dunes. So there is a Lektok local who is currently in a gunfight with, and this is members of the controlling faction. Oh, so these are the Targ. Oh no, and I hate the Targ. Okay, Lektok local in a gunfight with the Targ cartel. Oh boy, so we gotta get involved. Unfortunately, I don't think that I don't think that Reddarr could let that fly. So I'm assuming there's probably going to be a means of getting involved. So they're fighting at range. So I have the option to either successfully intervene to recruit the local automatically. What valuable possession or commodity were they trying to keep safe? Or I can observe the argument play out and gain a favor. What? No, I'm not just going to observe. Reddarr has beef with the Targ. They messed with his mentor years ago. There's no way he's letting that fly. So I have to successfully intervene, so I'm assuming I have to fight because the two hostiles say they're fighting at range. So we're going to do our first combat, which is going to be interesting. So we have two hostiles, and they fight at +1. Reddarr fights at +4 at range because he's a glass cannon. Okay, and I have one motivation, right? So I have one reroll in the tank in case I need it. But what we should do is look at the fight rules. Or actually, I guess I don't have to fight yet. They're hostiles. So there's actually a couple things I can do. So let me look at the key terms, the reactions. So if they're hostile, I cannot speak, but I can threaten and I can attack. So would Reddarr immediately shoot? You know, he doesn't like the Targ, but he also doesn't really know what's going on yet, so it might be better to try and talk him down first. So let's try that. A nomad's reputation often precedes them. A subtle movement, a confident attitude, or menacing stare may be all they need. You may try to threaten any hostiles you meet to warn them off without resorting to violence or causing a scene. So I'll roll my nomad die, and I add half of my notoriety rounded up, but I currently have no notoriety on this planet yet, so I'm rolling flat. But they're also rolling flat, so, you know, we'll see what happens. So basically what do I see? I think I see, so they're Targs. So they're probably like a speeder bike gang, because I think in the original document when you're generating the origin stories for Scoundrels, they mention the Targs who have speeder bike gangs. So there's probably two Targ painted speeder bike gangers who are firing like at like we'll say it's some sort of vehicle right now that looks upturned. Well, I don't know enough yet to say what it is for sure, whether it's like a transport or a merchant vehicle. We'll get there. But I do see that there's like two heavily armed Targ gangers, and they're like approaching, and you can just see one, we'll say he kind of looks like a praying mantis. He's a Lectoke. So he's like, you can see this, well, actually, we can't tell from this distance their pronouns yet. They. Has like a tiny little holdout pistol, like just pretty much there as a precaution to maybe like fight off like tiny creatures in the sand, and you just hear like and like zipping back and forth. If I don't intervene, most likely the Targs will completely just decimate this Lectoke local. But I'm gonna try to intervene. So my speeder bike is like riding in. And they like look behind their shoulders to see what the fuss is. I whip out one of my big badass pistols from my holster. I like cock it straight up to the sky and release like a blast into the air. And I say, "Whoa now! Ain't no reason to be shooting all wild like. Why don't we settle this amicably before somebody gets hurt," as I levy my helmeted gaze over at the Targs. So we'll roll. This is my die. A 1. Oh no. And they're gonna roll their die, which is a 3. So they are definitely not threatened by me. They have me outgunned. So and I have no notoriety on this planet. So they have no problem with starting to fight. So failure. I am not as scary as I thought I was. The hostiles start a fight with you. So now we resolve the attack action, and they add 1 to the challenge die on their first roll. So 2 hostiles, they fight a +1, and they get an extra... Oh no, I'm breaking everything. They get an extra... I don't know why it's making me do a whole new line, but extra +1 on the first turn. Okay. So I shoot into the air. I was like, why don't we settle this amicably before somebody gets hurt? And you see the 2 gangers, they like look over their shoulders at each other, and they like snicker, and they're like,
yeah, somebody is about to get hurt.
ching ching, as they like load and they swing their guns over in my direction.
And it ain't gonna be us.
And there's like, now they're unloading on me. Okay. So, now we have to go to attack. So, nomad modifiers. So I add my attack modifiers from my equipment, and then they add their attack modifier. So I'm rolling at a +4. They're rolling at a +2. Now there is something interesting. Multiple opponents. If you're using the attack action on multiple opponents, resolve the attack against the weakest opponent first and work your way up. Choose whether you spare or kill them as a group, gaining notoriety or favor from each. So I'm gonna have to do 2 attacks. Alright, so first is gonna be me at a +4. Ooh, that's an 8. So it's a very strong start for me. So Reddarr gets an 8. And then their first attack comes in at a +2. Ooh, but they match me. I'm gonna use a motivation to make them re-roll that. Nice. Okay. So put them from a 6 to a 1. So with their 3, they are less than. I want to break out of this weird table they have me in. There we go. Okay, so Reddar's first attack is an 8, but I used a motivation to make theirs a 3. Their first one a 3. So, how does this play out narratively? Well, they're like, someone's gonna get hurt. It ain't gonna be us. Wheel around. I unlock the mag strips on my boots, and I like set the bike to autopilot, right? So like I'm sending it straight towards them. So you can see the bike like blow forward as I jump to the side. My cloak like whipping in the air as midair I clink, open up both pistols, shooting into the dunes. They're so distracted, like they both had a bead on me. They were gonna pump me full of laser holes, but as soon as the bike shoots its way towards them, the one has to dodge out of the way, and the other has to like move his aim goes wide, so the shots just scatter. And as I'm in midair, I just pump the one full of holes, and he drops. Although we don't know if he's dead yet, but we definitely see. We'll say this is the one that was distracted, right? Or yeah, distracted but didn't dodge. So he turns around, and as he's looking the other way, bam, 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 full of holes. So we have we've defeated one. We've defeated one ganger, and now they lose the extra +1, because the extra +1 was only on their first attack when they weren't that scared of me. But now they probably have some reason to be scared of me, because I just toasted the one. So the one hits the sand. You start to seeing a pool of bodily liquid. I don't know what species it is, so I don't know what is inside of it. But whatever is the closest thing to blood begins spilling out on the sand. As the other one, who dodged out of the way, like, is now on their belly, like looks up, sees his friend bleeding out, and says, "Oh shit!" and like, you know, gets his gun prone. Doom, 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 doom. I was already in midair, so now I'm like tucking and rolling as I get back up to my feet, and I plant both guns in his direction. And I'm just walking like straight forward, like no evasive maneuver, just like both pistols barrels like trained on him, and just clicking in until something happens. So I'm gonna roll for me first, which is a 6 + 4, 7, 8, 9, 10. And then, I mean, I don't think there's any way he can beat that. Yeah, 2 + 1 is 3. So He's firing at me on his belly, but I'm just like walking straight forward to him. You can see like some of the blaster shots even like clip my helmet, but just like ping, get like pinged off of it. As I'm just and finally I like hit one like in the shoulder, which like sends him up on his knees, and as he's up on his knees, I shoot again and like hit him in the arm, and his gun goes sailing into the dunes, and he is disarmed and unable to fight. So, I've defeated both opponents at this point. I did have to use a motivation to do the one thing, so I should make a mark that I lost that one bit of motivation. All right. Oh, there we go. And so now I have to resolve, I have too many tabs open. I have to resolve the outcome of the fight. So attacks work a little differently than other reactions, so that you might repeat it multiple times to defeat one or more opponents in an encounter. Once a side has been defeated, move on to this stage. Success. Hostile or lead. Choose your opponent's fate. I can either spare them and gain a favor, or I can kill them and gain a notoriety. I mean, we know that Reddarr does not like the Targs. And so you can see, like, the guy who got shot is, like, limping over, like, crawling on the sand towards his friend and, like, shaking him and, like checking his vitals, and is like, Maxis, are you okay? And she's like, and, like, blood, like, sputters up from his mouth as, like, you hear the clink, 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 clink of, like, his magnetic spurs, Reddar's spurs getting closer. And you can just see the looming shadow cast over both of the Targs as they look up, and you can just see like both pistol barrels like aimed down on either of them. And the one who has more of his wits about him is like, "Hey, it doesn't have to end this way. Look, our bosses, they got a lot of money, and we know people. We can make sure you're set. We can make sure you're set here up on Talus." And like sort of like pleading for their lives. And just from behind that cold visor, all you hear is, "Y'all got debts to me that I wager you can't repay." And noting his like his past with his mentor. And as they like tilt their heads to try to figure out what he means, just a couple flashes of laser pistol, and they're just full of holes. He executes them in the sand. I don't think Reddarr would leave the chance to put the Targs back in their place for what they did to Kel all those years ago. Actually, now in my headcanon, I want to say that one of the reasons why Kel did not like the Targs was because I mentioned that he lost his son. I think the Targs killed his son, which is why he had to adopt Reddarr not had to adopt Reddarr in the first place, but wanted to. So there's very much a blood debt on the Targs for his adopted father's family that Reddarr just can't let go. So yeah, absolutely just lays waste to these gangers, kills both gangers in the sand dunes, which means a couple things happen now. I gain a notoriety, which is good. Now my reputation starts building here on Talus. People start to hear of my dark deeds, and they fear me. But now we have to go back to our exploration event. So we find a stubborn local arguing with two hostiles. They fight at range. Choose one. Successfully intervene to recruit the local automatically. What valuable possession or commodity were they trying to keep safe? Huh, interesting. So, now we have an asset, which is cool. We already mentioned that he was a lektok, so let's go to the species tab, and let's give a name to this creature. Roll a d6. Lektok, where are you, Lektok? Pictoclick. That's a great name. Pictoclick. So, we've made a friend of Pictoclick. New asset. Pictoclick. I'm gonna make that bold. So Pictoclique. Oh, you know what I can do too? I believe I have the Universal NPC emulator up on my tabs. So I can even kind of figure out what's their vibe. Like vibe check, like what is Pictoclique about? So he's a local. Well, actually, we'll say 1 to 2 he, 3 to 4 pronoun she, and then 5 to 6 they. 4, so Picto, lady. Pictoclique. Pronoun she, they. They are a mantis folk. And I'll roll a couple of interesting things for them as well to kind of give them some more physical description. So 16 and 5. Okay, and then let me roll. I want to see Universal NPC emulator. I want to see like what kind of archetype of NPC they are. I'll roll a D100. 78. A scientist. Interesting. Okay. So Pictoclique is a scientist. And she has an extravagant hairstyle and formal clothes. So she's wearing her like scientist outfit. Okay. Interesting. What does this mean? So we'll go back to job 1, exploration. Mantis folk. She's a scientist in formal her lab coat, although it's a little messy right now. I imagine, she's a local, so maybe she's not a part of the major factions. Although it would kind of make sense that the old empire would have a scientist doing a run, right? We'll say that she's with the old empire. And then we'll also say, so her extravagant hairstyle, when I think of a hairstyle for a mantis folk, has anyone here played StarCraft? You remember Kerrigan? When she like mutates into like the Zerg Queen and her hair becomes like those strands of like armored like chitin, like, you know what I'm talking about? It looks like hair, but it also looks like almost like braids of like shell. That's what I imagine her hair is. Just like this wave of like cascading like almost like tentacle like plates. So I'm gonna say tentacular chitin hair strands. She's with the old empire. And what is her thing here? She had we need exploration. What valuable possession or commodity were they trying to keep safe? Huh. Interesting. I will say, let me go back to my generator here, because I have a tool that lets me kind of make up scene prompts. Yeah. This one right here should help us get an idea of what she was transporting. So I'm going to roll 2 D100s. A 90 and a 51. So a failure, 51 of jealousy. Okay. A failure of jealousy. So what that reads to me is this was like some sort of device that was like... It was a device that was emulating some sort of targ. Oh, okay, that's what it was. Yeah, a failure of jealousy. It was like, it was, how do I describe it? It was, supplies, like a mechanical device that the targ were trying to like, reverse engineer, from the old empire, right? That like, Pictoclique caught wind that they had and tried to intervene, but was like wholly outgunned. And then we discovered her defending herself. So she was protecting old empire technology that Targ gangers were trying to confiscate. Okay. So now we recruit her automatically, which is interesting. I don't know what that means quite yet, but let's find out. Let's go to recruit. So roll on the assets table. So I guess we should have rolled on the asset and personality table, but we already have one here. So we already kind of know she's a scientist, so we'll just pick whichever is closest to scientists in this list. Healer or doctor, I think, kind of sounds the closest. You gain access to a network of medical facilities. If I lose a fight, you do not roll to determine your fate. You instead wake up in a tank of gelatinous fluid in a new destination being tended to by a medbot. Interesting. So I have to copy that to remember that, because that's an interesting benefit. Okay. So, asset benefit. I gain access to medical facilities. Alright, so let me... And what's her personality? That's the one thing we don't know yet about Pictoclick. Her name's fun to say, Pictoclick. We're gonna roll a d6, and we're gonna find out what her personality is. Her personality is, drumroll please, number 4. She's angry, argumentative, or loud. What do they constantly complain about? It's gotta be, personality, argumentative. Okay, so Reddarr wastes these two gangers, right? The plasma smoke is still, venting from his pistols. As he turns his head over towards we now know was like a scientific transport. And you can see Picto peek over the corner with her holdout pistol. Her hands are like shaking as she's pointing them in their direction. Stand down! Stand down by order of the old empire, or I'll shoot. I'll waste you out here. And just like, there's no conviction in her voice whatsoever. As I take my pistols and I hold them above my head, and I say, "Well, ma'am, I ain't looking to get shot down today. If you don't mind holstering yours, I'll holster mine." Spare Percy. It's the nerdiest voice I can think of for a sign. Actually, maybe I can go nerdy. Oh. I'm so sad I'm missing this. I'm out at a farewell party. Mochi, you're not missing anything. There's not much, I'm just narrating, not much to see, but you can hear a lot. So where are we here? So yeah, you holster yours, I'll holster mine. And, she can see that I kind of wasted her adversaries, and I don't seem to be actively aggressing her. So she, very shakily lowers her hand and, puts away her hold-up pistol, and I will, holster my own as I saunter over. Cling, cling, cling. And I take a look at her transport. I say, "Well, damn, they sure did a number on your." Well, that wouldn't be wheels. It's probably like a hover. What would you call it? Well, we'll call it a strider. Why not? It's the first word that came to mind. Did a number on your strider. I don't think you'll be riding anywhere anytime soon. As she's sort of, her mandibles, as best you can tell from a frown, sort of shakes her head.
Yes,
she's supposed to be angry and argumentative, and she has to complain about something.
I told Command that this route was plagued by those lousy gangers, but they said I would be fine. A single transport would be able to fly through undetected. Well, undetected my ass.
She, kicks her transport, which, visibly hurts her, but she tries to, sell it off.
They'll be paying for this one for months.
Just sort of, pushing over her strider.
Well, at least These weren't damaged.
As she, like, begins to rifle through some of the materials, and we can see perhaps it's some of those canisters of that gelatinous healing fluid, that Bacta tank fluid, you know, that I'm supposed to have access to now, now that I helped her. And I say, well, that looks mighty useful, especially in a person of, in my profession, he says as he sort of like, as I tilt my head over towards the gangers who are still smoking with holes in them, a couple yards away. And she kind of like gets an inkling as to what she says, as what I'm inferring.
Well, this is Empire property, but you have done a great service.
Oh, 20th OD! Hey, what's up? Good to see you.
You have done a great service for the Imperium this day. Perhaps we could be of mutual benefit to each other in the future.
As, like, she once again pulls out a data pad, begins to type in some information. We share our details. As I gain now this asset of being able to awaken a Bacta tank at some point in the future, I take a look at my speeder bike. I say, thank you mighty kindly. You know, speeder's got room for two, and I'm aiming to get myself to the next outpost. If you're looking to hitch a ride, you can fly with me till we get you somewhere safe. And she takes a look at the, you know, the endless sea of sand and heat and the corpses of the gangers nearby.
Yes, I suppose if I can't have an armored escort, which I will be sure to inform my officers was gravely needed,
as she once again is getting all upset.
I suppose then your company will have to do, gunslinger.
As we walk over towards my speeder bike, and I swing my feet over, clink, clink, lock into place on the mag strips. She wraps her arms around my waist. I the speeder bike revs up, and I speed away from the scene of carnage as we successfully defeat the gangers and gain ourselves an asset. So that's very cool. I'm gonna mark that down on my character sheet. Whatever tab I have that open on. There we go. Asset. I have a doctor / healer.
Peek to click.
Alright, so now we have to go to our next destination. We sail off into the sun. We have 1 notoriety now, which means that might change how things happen. So we're gonna go to destination. Arrive. You arrive at a small outpost run by the challenging faction. Okay, so this is actually the challenging faction is the old empire. So this is a place where Picto would be knowledgeable on. Speak with a local who works. Maybe I want to rest this time around. I gained a favor before, but I did lose a motivation in that fight. So it may be beneficial to gain another one now in case I need it. Right off into the sun, exactly. With a mantis lady on my arm, just like in all the storybooks. Okay, so this is another. Interesting that we're running into a lot of challenging. I can just hear the Star Wars speeder bike noise. Exactly. That's the sound effect that we want to sell. So let's go back here. So destination 2. I don't know why I typed it in all caps. Destination 2. So this is another Imperium outpost. And so, yeah, we meow. Yeah, exactly, Loki. Meow. And so now we ride into the outpost. There's probably a couple of Imperium soldiers that see Picto arrive with me on the bike, and like they raise their rifles in like reflexively because they're wondering who this person is with one of their own, and she just raises her hand.
Can't you see he's escorting me in, you idiots? Unhand him!
As, you know, like, they release me. And she turns to me,
if you'll be of need of my services, as we've discussed, I'll be somewhere in the medical quarter. Don't bother me otherwise.
And I tip my hat. I mean, gotta have security protocols. Exactly. I mean, anyone could be a Targ infiltrator in Talus. And I tip my hat and I say, I'll make sure to call upon you if I need, ma'am. Hopefully I won't need patching up anytime soon. And then to that, like, she just looks at me and snickers.
You probably won't need as much help as those gangers.
And then begins to, like, saunter off towards her medical facility. But now, I need to speak with a local here to gain a motivation. So let's gain a motivation. It's probably favor or... I feel like I'm going to want the reroll. I already have a favor, and the motivation is a reroll, which is always useful. So I'll gain myself a motivation. So I need to speak to a local here to rest. Also, yeah, I want to rest. Like, I didn't take any damage, at least bodily. Like, I probably have to buff out my armor that probably ate a couple laser shots, and probably just get some food in me. I mean, I have been riding through the desert for a couple of hours, and I got into a fight. So I need to, like, kick my feet up. 20th OD, hope to see you back soon. Enjoy wherever you're going. But we're happy to have you. And so I'm gonna meet myself a local and gain a motivation. So, first things first. They say a local, right? Okay, so once again, it's gonna be one of the local species to this planet, which means I have so many tabs open. So it's one of these three. I'm gonna open up my dice and see who it is. Roll a die. 1. It is a Murian. Okay, this is a new species. These are the rat folk. Murian. Rat folk. Okay. And so let's roll a couple of things for the Murian. Just to get a better idea of who we're talking to. I'm just surprised how you manage all of this. Listen, I don't know what's wrong with my brain that I find this kind of stuff fun. Because honestly, I'm making it harder for myself. Like, some of the resources that I'm using are not bound to Notorious at all. I'm actually using resources that are for other solo role-playing games. But they add more flavor, right? They add more context. They add more story elements, which just, like, enriches the narrative. So I don't know why my brain likes to solve puzzles that don't exist. I'm like, how can I make this one puzzle piece, which doesn't even need to exist in this puzzle, fit into this puzzle? I don't know why I do that, but hopefully it's creating a more interesting story for all of you, because that is what's important. Okay, so let's roll a couple things. Let's figure out who exactly we're talking to here. Number 1, we're gonna say that they are... I'll roll these 2 D100s. They're an addict. Probably to spice! Yeah! Because that's what Navi's here for. Our Navi was peddling spice. Whoa, okay. Interesting. So, they're on spice, and they're a highwayman, which is kind of like a bandit. So they're a... I mean, I don't want to say they're a ganger because I just wasted some gangers, and I probably wouldn't talk to... Maybe they're a mercenary. That's what I'll say. They're a Murian mercenary who I can tell is strung out from spice. Oh, no. All right, so same thing. Let's also roll a couple of things to make this Murian a bit more unique and interesting. So I'll roll a couple things on this NPC generator that I have here and see what we got. Bump, bump. Okay. Ooh, all right. A truly weird feature. Oh, interesting. So I rolled that they're wearing, like, big, oversized goggles, right? I rolled they're wearing, like, glasses or monocles or something, but I'm imagining they're wearing big goggles. But also, they're either incredibly hairy or hairless. So he's already a rat folk. I'm going to say he's hairless. He's like a naked mole rat with these big, oversized goggles that make his eyes look all googly. And he's also strung out. Also, I guess, I don't know. I've already said, I've already said he a bunch, so we'll just stick with it. So yeah, just this, like, naked mole rat Oh boy, this is good. This is already an interesting character. This naked mole rat mercenary wearing big goggles, and they are strung out on spice. So, where do I see this guy? Well, I'm going to repair my armor, right? So maybe they're at like a weapons repair shop. They're, you know, I'm there to like recalibrate my heat sinks. I'm there to buff out the laser impressions on my armor, all that fun stuff. Oh, feed the beans. Feed the beans. Yeah, I think Loki. I think how this works is like you can feed beans and he gains XP, and then depending on how strong he is, you can make him fight other dragons, give some more XP, and then depending on how much XP he has, if you breed them, they change look, which is why they're like blue now when they weren't blue before. So you can do a bunch of stuff with beans, but beans is satiated now. Thank you so much for feeding beans. So yeah, we'll say we run into this hairless mercenary at strung out mercenary at the chop shop at the gun shop, and I'm gaining a motivation from this. What is my? I had a couple of NPC. Oh, there we go. NPC connection things. So, I'm going to... Whoa! Battle Beans! I have not seen that happen, actually. What does it look like? He won! Beans, you won! You gained... Wow, level 7. That's a strong Beans. And he got a crown? Whoa! Beans earned a crown from the battle. Loki, you've done it. You've made Beans a champion. Champion Beans. That's awesome. This is a fun little widget. I was like, yeah, this will be fun to play with. All right. Hell yeah. All right, so what I'm going to say is I'm going to muse about the exposing decision that this person has made, which is being strung out. So muse their exposing decision. So yeah, I'm gonna say that I see, and this is why I would gain motivation from this, because I see that, oh, I didn't get a name for this creature. Species, what was it, Murian, yeah. Murian, do a quick name generator. The Murian is Nifrolan. Nifrolan. Muse the exposing decision. So I know what being strung out on spice looks like. It fits. Yeah, it really does. Nifrolan, the naked mole rat with the big googly eyes. I've seen people strung out on spice before. This ain't my first rodeo. And I know that my mark, Navi Mod, deals in spice. And so as I'm like buffing out my weapons, I can hear like heavy breathing, like, and like the eyes are like darting all around in crazy directions because he's like coming down off spice. I can see he's like in the corner. I imagine he has a gun, which is like as big as him, like Rocket Raccoon style, you know? And he's clutching it like desperately, as if like he's paranoid that someone's gonna rip it from him. And he's like in the corner, and I look at the weapons dealer who I'm like buying all my repair kit stuff from, and I nod my head over to the direction of Nif, and I say, "Is that one alright? He give you much trouble?" And the merchant, we'll say is a human, just for, you know, keeping it quick, shakes their head and says, "Nif? No, doesn't do much anything nowadays. Got a bit too deep into the spice. So really, I just let him sit out most of it in the corner there. He used to help some of the locals here when they got into fights with sand skippers and, you know, other creatures out in the wastes, but ever since he started getting that regular pay, he can barely get him off of his seat. So I like to take note of that. So he's not dangerous. He's just like a little, not all there. And I saunter my way over. Ching, ching, ching. My spurs jingling and jangling. And, you know, as soon as I get close to Nif, he, like, clutches his gun a little tighter.
Hey, stand back! Don't, take it closer! I can take off your head at 10 yards, 5 yards, as many yards!
And it just starts, like, you know, rambling at me. Hey now, friend, I ain't trying to have a shootout with you. You got yourself a mighty big gun there. See these two small things? As I, like, flap open my mist cloak, and you can see the two pistols, which are actually pretty hefty things, but compared to his, like, massive, oversized weapon, they're no comparison. I ain't gonna win a firefight with you, my friend. I'm just here to have a chat.
A chat? Chit-chat? I don't chit-chat. I shoot good.
I hear you're a mighty fine shot. But I also hear you may have some information that's useful to me.
Useful? Nif? Nif useful? How useful?
He's getting like a little paranoid. Now, ain't nothing wrong with just two friendly gunslingers trying to make sense of this wild galaxy. As I reach into my, am I gonna bribe? I mean, I feel like I'm bribing everybody, but I guess that's how you make things work in the waste, right? Or what would get his goat? You know, I don't want to like enable him because, you know, he's obviously in a bad way as it is. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe I can kind of tell that he's a little strung out. And I say, you know, I hear people are peddling some bad spice on this turf. Hey, when that persuaded option comes on screen, what persuaded option do you speak of, Loki? I'm not sure. Persuaded option? Question mark? Well, the water just shot out of my water bottle. Persuasion typo. When that well, technically there's no persuasion. Like, I don't have to roll for this. It just happens, but I'm just trying to make, like, a narrative reason for why it would be interesting. But what did I roll before? I said exposing decision. Yeah. So maybe I see that, that he's a little strung out and he's like, you know, he's a little rueful about it. Like, he wishes he was, like, more, with it. And I say, I'm gonna put this back in performance mode. I hear people are peddling some bad spice in these parts. That can get people hurt if they don't know what they're doing with it.
Yeah, Nif knows. Nif's seen it. It's bad.
You know, sort of like his eyes go wide, googling like off into the distance. I'm trying to put someone away who might be dealing in that kind of rough element. Making a reference, to the Mass Effect interrupts. Yeah, implying one would normally go for the persuasive. Yeah, I'm definitely not renegading and just like punching the reporter in the face. that moment that gives you absolutely no context that you're about to just sock that lady in the jaw is like, whap. Yeah, definitely not doing that. I'm doing the Paragon path right now for this strung out little mole rat. Goes by the name of Navi Mod, one of those rock folk. If you might have heard the name, you could help me putting away someone who doesn't care much who they're hurting with their dealings. You know what I'm saying? And then Nif, like, kind of eyes wide, shakes his head.
Yeah. Nif knows Navi. Nif heard Navi.
Nif heard, and like, you know, once again, I'm not quite sure where they're gonna lead me, but like gives me some details of where I might head next, and exposing Beans is suddenly tempted to say meow. Meowdy, meowdy, meowdy. Wow, we have a cat dragon now. We have a dragoon kitten and a dragon cat. We got everybody in the chat. And so, I think with that, that's all we need. I think all we needed was to get a little bit more info on the spice trade, and I think Nif gives us exactly that. Poor Nif. I hope he's all right. I hope he finds a way to clean up his act. Because he seems like a nice guy, but just in a rough patch. But I get my motivation, and I get a little closer to Navi, and so now we head back into the exploration phase. Go to exploration. I'm going to roll for an explore. If your notoriety is 4 or higher, we encounter a lead. Well, we don't. Our notoriety is 1. Otherwise, a hostile from the minor faction has found my ship. The minor faction is the Mystic Order for this planet. That is interesting. So, has found my ship. So that means we're communicating at range. Interesting. Okay, what are my options here? I can try to speak with them to gain 1 favor, and I lose a motivation if I fail. What do I learn that has gone missing from my ship? Or I try to threaten them to gain a notoriety, lose 1 motivation if you fail. Well, I only have the 1 motivation, and I have 1... I think speak works off of favor, and threaten works off of notoriety, and I have 1 in each. So it doesn't really matter which one I choose. I don't have like a bonus, and narratively speaking, I don't think that Reddarr has any particular interest or love for the Mystic Order. I'm not quite sure where the Mystic Order fits in our headcanon for this universe. You know, I don't know if they had a similar role to the Jedi where they were kind of like, you know, deposed from power. But I don't think they're outrightly antagonistic. But they are looking at my ship. And, I mean, that alone, I think, is enough to make my name, Reddarr, a little itchy. Because his ship is important to him. So yeah, we'll say like, you know, I get like a little blip in my visor, and there's like an AI voice that's like, trespasser, trespasser detected within X radius from ship. And then, you know, like maybe like a little 360-degree camera view whoop, comes on, and I can see a person approaching the ship. I imagine they're like covered in like a shawl and like a robe that has all these intricate patterns on it. So I can't exactly tell who or what the species may be. Maybe there's even like a sort of like a faceless kind of mask that's like painted as well. Because I don't want them to be exactly like Jedi. I want them to have their own thing. So maybe it's almost like a quasi-religious kind of like garb. But I do know that I don't want it anywhere near my ship. So I think I'm going to try to threaten. That means I apply my notoriety. So I'm going to roll my... Oh, it's a 6 I got to roll. A 4. And I add half my notoriety rounded up. So I add 1, so that's a 5. And then we'll roll for them, which is also a 5. And if I have to beat it to succeed. So I don't succeed. A match is not a succeed. So on my radio, you know, like I can see this like this sort of formless robed painted figure approaching my ship. And over the intercom I click on and I say, now you listen here. What's my opinion of the Mystic Order? I probably think that they're just like a bunch of like crazed hermits. Like they just hang out in the fringes of space and study their weird religion. I probably don't have a good, a deep respect for them. I say, listen here, you zealot. This ship ain't yours. There ain't nothing on here. Ragball. Ragball. Oh, is that like the name he would call them? It's just like a big ball of rags. Listen here, you big ball of rags. As they're like approaching the ship. There ain't nothing on here that's of any interest to you, and you don't want to be sniffing around making enemies of Redarr Kenth, alright? So y'all just take your wrapped up hides back to the dunes where you came from. Leave me alone. And you can see the figure doesn't say anything, just like slowly raises its masked face towards like where the camera would be. And then the camera static kind of goes like, you know, begins to like, the quality begins to go out a little bit. And you can't tell, and like, you know, it's sort of like making the figure look as if they're there and then like not there. And then like the camera like kind of clicks back into full vision and they're not there. They've like completely discorporated. But then the shit, and so then, you know, I'm sitting there looking through the camera like, oh, I must have scared him off. And then the camera's like, presence detected in aft. And like, I'm like, what? And I'm like, you know, trying to like activate the security measures, and the computer's telling me like, presence detected in, and like, it's like moving throughout my ship. Somehow it's entered without even opening the hatch. And after like some time of trying to triangulate it with the system defenses, the camera once again, there's like a bit of static, and then the camera once again focuses back on the dunes, and you can see the robed figure back in the sand, but with its back to us, and it's like walking away, like yards away. So it had somehow sort of teleported into our ship, bypassed our defenses, routed through our things, and just as quickly as it had arrived, it had disappeared. So I fail. I have to lose a motivation, which I just gained from Nif. Jeez. What do you tell them your ship does to strangers? What do you learn has gone missing from your ship after they leave? I do a quick inventory remotely of like my stuff. And all of my food is there. All of my munitions are there. None of like my material or like my wealth, none of it's been touched, but they went into my logs, my computer logs, and they accessed my star charts. And it's like they downloaded information from other points of space that I have traveled. Because I think the Mystic Order would be interested. They're trying to find more of their own. You know, that's kind of their thing, is they're like a small hermetic order now. And so, yeah, they don't steal anything monetary from me. But they take information from me. Exploration 2. So, yeah, we try to threaten a Mystic Order monk out in the wastes who found our ship. Easily bypassed our defenses with psionics and teleportation. I did not spell any of those words right. And teleportation. And then didn't steal any material goods, but walked away with star chart schematics. There we go. So that'll definitely puzzle Reddarr. If he were in that position, if he was in someone's ship, he probably would have taken something more valuable than their star charts. But then again, what is valuable to me and what is valuable to a nomad of the Mystic Order, I should say a wanderer of the Mystic Order, is not quite the same. But that is our exploration phase, so now we go back to our destination phase. We arrive at a spaceport run by the challenge. For the Empire being the challenging faction, they pretty much have a lot of zones. But this time I have to resolve all. Okay. Exploration 3. So we are at an Imperium spaceport. So once again, this is kind of like the outpost. There are soldiers marching dutifully up and down the roads. But as well as that, there are rows and rows of Imperium starfighters. I don't think there are probably some transports. They definitely probably don't have this place localized to like house their like big battleships, right? But, you know, you can definitely sense that they are increasing their presence in terms of, like, their air control here. And there's a bunch of, like, people running fuel lines and repairs, and there's pilots who are discussing upgrades along with the soldiers. So it's a well-regimented spaceport. I automatically gain 1 notoriety. Thank you very much. And if it's 5 or higher, a hostile guard approaches. Well, it's only 2, so we are safe from that for now. Then, people travel from all over to visit the clinic of a renowned healer or doctor. It seems that their services are in demand. You join the line, but someone reacts to your scar, and you feel it's not worth the hassle. What bothered you about your appearance? Interesting. So I think... because we don't really know how long I've been out in the wastes, right? I could have, like, taken a couple days. I think the renowned doctor is our friend, Pictocleek. So there are people lined up to receive treatment from Pictocleek. I probably show up because I've already established them as a contact. Already established a contact. So I'm just there to check in. Maybe get some free supplies. But someone sees my scar. So that must mean I have my face shield down. Because then you can see my metal, like, eye patch bolt with, like, the holographic symbols on it. And you feel it's not worth the hassle. What bothered someone about your appearance? I'm gonna say that who's in line? There's like a, I want to say there's like a kid. I want to say there's a kid who is off-put by, like, the metallic, you know, attachment on my eye, and, like, the holographic stare that it has, and, you know, and they know that I need treatment, or they think that I need treatment, you know, and they kind of ask me, like, hey, mister, like, is your eye okay? And I'm like, well, I can't say that it's 100%, but I think it's far beyond anything that Picto could help with now. Don't you worry about it. And the kid sort of, like, you know, kick some dust at the foot of the line. And I think instead of what bothered someone about my appearance, I think what bothers me is seeing the kid kind of reminds me of Kel. It kind of reminds me of my mentor, how he lost a son, how I was like his adopted kid. And anytime I see a kid, it just kind of reminds me of Kel, and it reminds me of that moment where I choked. It reminds me, you know, like because I see the kid standing with his dad, you know, and you know when kids ask embarrassing questions about people in public, and, you know, their parents like, you know, that's not polite, you know. I'm sure he's got his business, just, you know, let him be, you know, kind of just kindly instructs his kid, and the kid's like, you know, like, sorry, mister, and I'm like, hey, ain't no trouble, don't you worry about it. But in my mind, I see the father-son relationship, and I think about Kel, and I think about his son that he lost, and I think about my relationship with Kel, and how Kel would still be here with me today. Or maybe, I mean, I narrated it that I had to probably shoot through Kel to stop the warp bomb or whatever, but there's a chance that anything else could have happened. Anything else could have happened if I just would have done what he told me, but I was too afraid to lose him. And that's what caused me to not only lose him, but, you know, hurt other people in the process. And that just hangs over my head like a dark cloud for the rest of my time there. And I eventually meet with Picto, and we do talk, and she does give me some supplies. But she definitely can tell that, like, my mood is, regret, exactly. But she can definitely tell that my heart is heavy, and my head hangs low. And so I think I just have to move on. And then you've heard that a reclusive mystic mentor or tribal shaman lives nearby, they don't receive many unexpected visitors. Huh, I wonder who that mystic mentor is. You're allowed into the asset's modest home and then may try to recruit them. Why have they chosen a life of solitude, or what are they hiding from? Huh. So I guess Picto... I guess, like, when I'm in line, I'm talking to Picto, I see some, like, Mystic Order people, like, receiving treatment. And that kind of confuses me. Because, you know, I imagine... Well, I don't know. I mean, this isn't exactly Star Wars. Maybe the old Empire doesn't have a direct beef with the Mystic Empire like I think they do. But, you know, I definitely look to Picto and I'm like, you know, I ran into one of those masked loons out in the waste. You know anything about them? And Picto says, ah!
They're always asking for supplies. They're always nearly dying of heat stroke. And yet they come begging to me for treatment. They're a quiet lot. I'll give them that. But if you had a run-in with them, there's a small cabal of them that has a small lodge on the outskirts of the port. You can talk to them there. And so then, you know, I'm like, okay, noted. It says I'm allowed to try and recruit them. So maybe I go to the lodge. I'm gonna go to recruit and see what happens. Maybe I'll try to track down the one who took my star charts. So I can add half of my favor rounded up. So I walk into the lodge, right? I imagine it's kind of like this domed building of like sandstone that's like far enough on the edge of town. It's painted with all these strange symbols. And there are like some of the robed figures with the masks who are instructing like initiates or just people who are like interested in the religion. Maybe like, and those with like exposed skin also have like painted symbols on their body. It's like part of their religious practice. And I'm trying to see if anyone has like the same markings as the one that I saw on the radar screen on my ship. And when I walk up, you know, cling, 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 a bunch of the mystics like look at me and they're not quite sure what to think of me. They hold up their hands and you can see there's like some psionic force that begins to radiate in front of their fingers as they kind of do like this weird undulating motion. Like they're ready at any moment to like summon their psychic power if they need to. And I say, whoa now, I ain't trying to start any trouble with y'all. I spied one of your kin poking around my ship earlier today. Just trying to make sure we're all square. I ain't messing to kick up trouble, but you know, fair's fair. You poke around my dwelling, I poke around yours, you hear? And I guess I'll try and do a little recruit. So I can roll my favor. I only have one. A 5. Oh, I think I rolled an 8 there. I'm sorry. Still the same thing, a 5. And then they roll the challenge die. A 3. Okay. So it's a mystic mentor or tribal shaman. I spend some time taking part in an ancient ritual, giving me insight into a coming conflict. It provides a vision that resolves one attack against the next lead or target. And then the vision ends. Interesting. So, what I think happens here is I say, like, I saw one of y'all poking around my ship today. Ain't trying to start any trouble, just want to talk. And then as soon as I say that, from like the opening of this dome-like, you know, building, there's a beaded curtain. You know, you hear like the rustling of ching 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 chingle chingle, and it's the figure I saw. Right, the markings are the same, the mask is the same, and it approaches me. You know, the way they walk underneath their cloak, I imagine you can almost see their limbs as if they are moving like they would be walking. But it's too smooth. The movement's too smooth. It's like they hover. It's like they hover near me. You know, they don't leave any prints in the sand either. It's like they undulate their bodies, but it's only to be the facsimile of movement. And as it gets closer to me, it like trains its masked. 20th OD, you return. Hello, huzzah. Welcome back. I'm just about to be entreated to some mystic vision.
It like looks up to me, and behind its mask I can see its eyes, and its eyes are glowing with, you know, profound energetic knowledge. And I hear a whisper, and I can't tell if it's vocalized but just, you know, tinny from underneath the mask, or if it's from like behind my ears, like from the deep recesses of my mind. And I can hear a voice. It is true. I wrongfully took information from you that was necessary for the Order. Allow me to apologize. Allow me to do you a favor in kind, Nomad. And you can see like it extends its arm out towards the hut, like the domed building, and begins to like hover in that direction without like letting me answer. And there's something about this whole situation that feels a little weird to Reddarr, but I mean, an offering from the Mystic Order is a pretty rare treat, and he did say sorry for taking the star chart, so I cling, 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 wander my way into the hut. And there's probably like a bunch of them sort of situated around a central, I want to say fire, but that's like not very mystical. It's not very sci-fi. But maybe that's the point, right? Like they're mysticals, so maybe it doesn't have to be like they kind of go back. You know, they're not as maybe technologically advanced because they've found like a deeper sort of resource in their mental powers. Yeah, we'll say it's like a fire, but the sticks, the kindling, doesn't lay on the ground. It like levitates. It's like an orb of kindling they've like bound together. And the fire that's burning isn't like red, you know. It burns with like that bluish purple, like that psionic energy light that they burn when they activate their psychic powers. And they're all sort of situated around it, staring like stoically, and maybe some of them are like rocking back and forth and like muttering some ancient incantations underneath their breath. Their connection to circles have surpassed the futures of squares and angles. Exactly. Everything's round. Everything's round and smart in a different way. And the mystic leads me in and like situates me in front of the fire, the rotating orb of psychic fire, and says, "You seek something on Talus." Once again, that like whisper in the back of my mind. And I say, something, more like someone. And the mystic sort of nods. Yes, we are well accustomed to looking for someones. Our own are very widely spread these days. The galaxy is a large place. And like hangs their head a bit towards the fire. I am sorry for taking your charts. It is necessary for our survival. And to this, you know, there's a bit of a grumble from Reddarr, but I say, you know, I don't really care for them, but I don't wish them ill. And I say, well, next time you can just ask, you know. And there's like a slight chuff of acknowledgement from the mystic. We have ways of seeing beyond sight. Ways of helping you look for things heretofore unseen. Would you allow us to aid you as you have aided us? And to this, all of their heads like turn in on me slowly. You know, it's like a ring of masked faces all peering at Reddarr. And there's a bit of a bead of sweat that builds from behind my visor. I'm not quite sure where this is going. But you know, once again, it's a rare occasion, and they seem earnest enough. And I say, well, I can take any help I can get. Talus ain't getting any smaller. You know, I like these mystic guys. Yeah, they're just like a creepy cabal of psychics. I'm sure they're totally normal. Also, I just realized it looks like our sub points have gone up, but I haven't had any displays notify me of subscribers. So if we've had new subscribers in the chat, I'm sorry that I haven't said anything. My stream was acting funny earlier. If you're here with us and you're new, thank you so much. I really appreciate you for being here. The one reaches their hand towards the flame, and we'll say one of the pieces of kindling, like, telekinetically slides its way out of the bundle and begins to levitate towards me till it's, like, very close to my face, right? And then it begins to burn brighter. And you can hear them beginning to chant, like, they were doing their own individual mutterings now, but now it's kind of, like, more in unison. They're beginning to rock more like in a almost synchronized fashion as the kindling burns brighter and faster until the stick is almost gone and there's only like particles of charred remains sort of floating in this ball of psychic fire. And I can just hear in the back of my mind as I'm hearing their language kind of chanting all around me. In the back of my mind I hear the one mystic's voice that's like, peer into the fire deeply, see past it, through it. It will help you find what you seek. And as like this voice is reverberating in my mind, you know, they probably can't see this, but from behind my visor, my own eye begins to light with that same psychic knowledge that I saw in the mystic's own visage, and my mind like almost peers through the fire and it becomes like a ring. This is all in like my mind's eye. Like the fire becomes a ring, and the ring is like a mirror. Like, you know, I'm almost seeing myself, but then through looking at myself, I'm seeing like my future, you know, in blurred snippets, you know, because I don't have the native psychic power that the mystics have, but I'm seeing the Matrix. Yeah, I'm seeing past, I'm seeing through the illusions, but I'm seeing me like traveling through Talus, and I'm seeing me getting closer and closer to Navi, and I'm seeing myself like pull triggers moments before I would have normally, which are like the right shots, or I'm holding the shots that would have got me in trouble, and I'm seeing like this complex narrative of like what could be play out before me, that's leading me closer and closer to my target, until like all these visions are beginning to overwhelm my mind, and like, you know, it's almost like taking me to like other parts of my psyche, parts that I don't want to visit, you know, like I just saw that kid moments ago that made me think of Kel, and it's like there's a moment, oh, that's interesting, because it said wants to help you find someone you want to see. So at first my vision is thinking of Navi, but then it's making me think of like my whole life, and now I'm thinking of Kel, and I'm trying to like find Kel through the deep recesses of space. The warp bomb went off, right, and sent him tracking someone down because these mystic dudes showed you a vision. What a method. I mean, hey, it'll, any bit helps when you're a nomad. But now I'm seeing, like, Kel, and, like, I'm seeing the warp bomb go off, and I'm trying to find Kel through, like, any recesses of space, and, like, me trying to see through all of space at once is, like, way too much for my brain. It's beginning to hurt, and I can feel like I'm about to, like, have my psyche, like, ruptured when, like, a voice comes back, like, come back to us, getting louder and louder until finally I gasp. I'm like, and, like, as I come to, the psychic flame, like, burns through that last bit of, kindling, and, like, poof, you know, explodes into, like, little, embers of purple flame as I come back to, like, the world of the waking, as he, like, slowly puts a hand forward and, like, places it on my chest. I can feel it, like, beating. Yes, 100 bits to feed Beans. Feed Beans. Feed Beans. Beans is hungry. Beans needs... What's the thing from Rugrats? Clork hungry. Clork want eat. But it's Beans instead. Beans hungry. Beans want eat. Feed the kitty. And finally they're like, come back to us. And he puts his hand on my chest. And like, you know, I can feel like a psychic pulse reverberating between us. And he's like calming me down. He's like kind of like pushing on my emotions, kind of like getting me to settle. I have like my hand on his wrist. I don't even realize I'm gripping it. You know, just like I'm so overwhelmed by like the sensation. And he says, "You are safe now. Your mind is your own." And I say, and I say, what in the blazes did y'all do to me? You know, you can't see it, but there's like a soft smile from underneath the mask. "We have done nothing but show you what you wish to see. There is much that you wish to find.
more than you let on.
And to this, you know, I sort of clear my throat. Thank you. This was helpful. I seem a little rattled, but I don't really want to outright answer their question.
We thank you for any mystics out in the stars that need their brothers and sisters. They will be found, thanks to you.
And there's like sort of like an uneasy, like we don't really know what to say to each other now. We just sort of like traded favors. But that's enough, right? To end our debt. And so I think that will satisfy the scene. I imagine the Mystic Masks are just the different original Bionicle masks. I mean, low-key, the Bionicle masks are kind of sick. So, like, I'm not mad if that's what you're picturing. Just, like, Bionicle masks in, like, painted robes. I'm not mad about it. That's pretty cool. That can be headcanon. Alright, so now I also have this. I'm actually going to make a tab here. For my assets, because I have multiple now and I want to keep them straight. Assets and boons. So I have one from the Mystics, which should help me in a challenge pertaining to a leader or target. And I also have one from, where's my job? I have one from the Doctor. Yeah. All right. I'm gaining some friends out here on Talus. Reddarr doing his doing his swaggering. His Texas swagger. Making friends. Oh, I can't have assets. Okay, assets, I'll just say. Gain access to a network of medical facilities. Yeah, I'm so sorry that, swagger of a space Texan. Yeah, I'm sorry that my stream is acting a little weird. I was gonna restart it, but you know, we were already live and blah 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 blah. So I do apologize if you've subscribed and I haven't said anything. That is or followed or anything, because apparently I can't see it. But you're very much appreciated. You all being here means a lot. And let's go to, where am I going? Back to, I think that satisfies the exploration phase, or that was the destination phase. All right, yeah, destination 3. Imperium Spaceport. Oh, there's a lot of notes there that I'm just gonna sum this all up because there's a lot that just happened that I was narrating through. I had a spiritual journey with a bunch of mystics. They paid me in a vision for taking my star chart data. I had an overwhelming, what's the word? I don't want to say vision again. Dream of Kel, and then I gained an asset. Okay. All right. I think we're back to explore. Exploration 4. Whew, man. My notoriety is still not that high, unfortunately. And I need to be getting closer to Navi. I need to find a lead. Hopefully we can get one soon. Yeah, hopefully I didn't miss the opportunity to get a lead, right? Before you finish it up, as soon as your notoriety hits 3 or more. So one more notoriety and I can probably find a lead. So let's hope that is soon. Let's go to exploration phase. Explore. If your notoriety is 5 or higher, you get a lead. Nope, not 5. Otherwise, I catch the attention of a hoverbike gang who ride up at speed and swiftly encircle you. I wonder who these guys are. It's the Targs that I wasted earlier. Oh man, boy oh boy. I'm only assuming we're gonna get into a scuff. Their leader is hostile and fights in melee specifically. Interesting. because I'm a much better melee fighter than I am I'm sorry, I'm a much better ranged fighter than I am a melee fighter. Ooh, okay. Ooh, this is interesting. So, Exploration 4, swoop biker gang losers. Exactly. I mean, I already wasted 2 of them, so I guess it was only a matter of time before they caught up. So we got the Targ Hover Bike Gang. They find me in the wastes. Okay. In the wastes? In the wastes. It's a good question. I don't really know what a Targ ganger looks like. I mean, in my mind, I'm just thinking of literally an old school biker gang, the sci-fi equivalent of like cyberpunk leather jackets, you know, but studs and metal and all this stuff. But I want to say, for some reason, I'm seeing orange in my mind when I think Targ. I'm thinking orange, so maybe the symbol that's painted on them is an orange thing. What would the Targ symbol be? They're a gang of slug folk. Maybe sort of the Revenge Attack reminds me of a movie from the 90s. Yeah, no, very much. It's given paying big homage to those kind of vibes. Maybe it's a spiral. Maybe it's an orange spiral with a assault. Yeah, the Targs, they use the salt as their symbol to fight against their greatest weakness. I'm imagining it's an orange spiral, and then maybe there's a slash or an X cut through it to represent, you know, the slug trail and the X a target. You know, they're the Targs. So I'm gonna just make a note of that. So orange spiral with a red X through the center. Targ symbol. So I see these bikes. I hear them, you know, different than my bike is more of a chunk, 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 chunk. And before I can even get my bearings, there's a circle of them making a little caravan circle around me. There's what's the word? An arena of dust that's been kicked up in a big swirling circle around us. Then one of the bikes veers off, and hopping off is their head honcho. So who is this? Let's get an idea of who the ganger is, the gang leader. We'll roll some dice. We'll see who it is. What's their species? Their species is a Pelicid. So it's one of the stone people. So no wonder it's fighting in melee. And interesting because, oh wow. So is Navi. Navi has ties with the Targs. So maybe this is another possible link in the chain. We'll see. So we can't use the sound design of the pod racers. Yeah. I wish I had a soundboard, a pod racer soundboard. I'd be hitting all the buttons. Let's take a look at their name. I can't use Navi again because Navi's the name of our lead, but Mina Vi. Okay, so Mina Vi is a Pellucid Targ biker gang leader. That is a lot. That's a lot of words. Okay, so what is her? I'm saying her. I don't really know. Mina just sounded like kind of a femme name to me, but it could be anyone. This is Star Wars. Let's roll. But I did say the 3 to 4 is typically what I'm using she/they for. So yeah, she/they. A lot of space ladies. A lot of cool space ladies. We had a vulture noble. We had a mantis scientist. And now we have a literal rock person. Swoop bike gang leader. A lot of interesting characters we're developing here. Okay. I don't think I can charm my way out of this one, though. I don't think I can flirt my way. I can't use my Texas swagger to get myself out of this one. As much as I would love to try. So, let's take a look at their personality. I'm like having a really hard time. There we go. I was like, which tab do I need here? I need a tab. I need a tab. My kingdom for a tab. I'm gonna roll the d6. Ooh, they are calm. They are calm. They're calm. And what are the two options? What weakness are they trying to hide from others? Or what potent item is the source of their confidence? What weakness are they trying to hide from others? That's interesting. That has some implications. What I'll do here before I do that is I will roll another 2 of these real quick. Bum, bum. Oh, that was a D100. I didn't want to do that. Bum, bum is what I wanted to do. Actually, I already had that result once. We'll try something different. And those contradict each other. Okay, so I'll take the 1. And we already had that one too. We're getting a lot of the samey rolls. Oh, it's a D6. I'm dumb. No wonder. Oh my god. All right. Okay. We're gonna say we rolled for outlandish clothes and ragged clothes. So very calm. So their uniform is all torn up. And it's flamboyant in that, well, you know, she's a pellicid, so she's got like these rock formations and these crystals that are like poking out of her, you know, like at different angles. And I'll say that like she grows the crystals really long and like sharp, and then like sticks skulls on them. You know, whether it's like animal skulls or, you know, maybe humanoid skulls that might have crossed the targs. She's like decorating herself with like these skull trophies. Uniform is torn up, has skull trophies skewered on her crystalline spikes. She sounds pretty hardcore. She sounds pretty metal. And what is her secret weakness that she's trying to hide? I think I want to use that one instead of the other prompt, which was like, what was their source of their confidence? Oh, so actually, I like that one more. The source of their confidence is that they're covered. Shoulder pads of doom, exactly. Yeah, very much shoulder pads of doom. Yeah, the source of their confidence is that they're covered in the proof of their prowess and strength. Like, literally decorated with the remnants of their enemies. Yeah. So she hops off of her hover bike. I don't even think, when it says fights in melee, I don't think she even has like a melee weapon. Like, I think at most, like, she like necklaces with her enemy's teeth or whatever. You could do that too. I was thinking, just because I was trying to use those spikes or their spine there, but also could be wearing teeth necklaces for sure. Especially because we already mentioned too, there's like carnivorous beasts out here in the sand. We haven't seen any yet, but we notated from an earlier event that they're likely here. So maybe like big tusks or like fangs as well. So that could also be a part of it. I think she hops off that hover bike, and she doesn't carry, like, a sword or, like, a, better than big toe necklaces, much better. It's not like a sword or a club or anything. At most, it's just her rocky mitts, or, like, maybe she has, like, metal platings that are, like, drilled into her knuckles, because she's, like, made of stone, so she can, like, affix them to her hands without, like, affecting her dexterity or flesh at all. And she's calm and clear as she just like steps off, and maybe she uses her crystal spike things as weapons. Great call. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're like growing like almost like the head of like a morning star, you know, like a mace coming out of her fists. And she you know, every step that she takes kind of carries a weight to it, and like the sand kind of rumbles underneath her foot. As I see her coming, I like kick off my hover bike, because of course I'm gonna meet her with like equal chill, and I say, well, I didn't realize I'd be invited to a dance today. Must have not gotten the memo. Got to send to the wrong address. And there's like a snicker from her as the speeder bike gang continues to circle around, and there's just like deadpan, no emotion. We're gonna dance. Only one of us is gonna walk away though. As like she begins to like plod towards me, like flexing her fist, and you can see the crystals like beginning to like almost like slightly grow. You took 2 of my boys earlier today. Well, to be fair, I didn't mean to. Tried to scare them off. Targs don't scare easily. They sure die easy. I say, just like, really trying to like get under her skin. I see that she's really calm and collected, so maybe I can like prod a bit at her. They were 2 of my best runners. Now I'm down. The gang's down, and someone's got to pay for that. In either credits or blood. And my accounts are pretty tight at the moment. And so to that, I like slowly widen my stance as I like reach down towards my pistols. It's gonna be a melee fight, but you know, I narrated that my melee weapons are kind of my pistols anyway. And I say, well, if your accounts are all full up, only one way we're gonna settle this score, ain't it? And of course, there's a moment of silence as the camera pans back, and there's the 2 of us. Just shoot her like that one scene from Indiana Jones. Honestly, like, I would do that. Like, I think, you know, Reddarr would do that. But I think specifically it does say that we have to fight in melee, just to challenge a different skill of mine, which is fair. If I could shoot everything, I'd probably win most fights. They gotta give me some drama some way. But that would be hilarious. Honestly, that would be Reddar's first instinct. In fact, that's what I'll say. I'll say, like, you know, we're only gonna settle the score one way. And there's that moment where the camera pans back. You can see the speeder gang circling us. We're dead still. You can hear in the distance there's a cry of some sort of avian creature, like, ah! And then, like, as soon as I reach for my pistols, like, to, like, take the shot, she's already on me. She is much faster. Maybe she even has, like, maybe her boots even have, like, a little module that, like, gives her, like, almost like a short jet bounce. You know what I mean? Because she's a melee fighter, so she knows she's got to get in quick. So I go to reach for my pistols, and right as you hear the shots go, she's already on me. There's like a flare of light from underneath her boots, and she's right up in my grill, and plays he's a pirate, and has both of her like spiked fists raised above her head as she's ready to like take me out. She could just straight up bash you with the shoulders. Oh, true. She could, like, Reinhardt shoulder bash me. Like, if she has, like, those little jet boots, she could just, like, lean down and, like, try to skewer me with the shoulder pads. So that means there's gonna be a conflict, a combat. Oh, they have a +2 to attack and a +1 to defense. So this is actually not, like, a weak enemy. So they have +2 to attack in melee. And +1 to defense. This is the ganger boss. And I have now do you think she's taller and buffer than you, or the same size? I think she's much bigger than me. I think in my headcanon, all Pelicids are like maybe a head taller and probably, you know, maybe a foot wider than most humanoids. I think they're big. Yeah, those are not the shoulders of a weak person. Exactly. Yeah, they are. This is a buff stone lady. Exactly. Big lady. Big buff stone lady who is ready to just flatten me like a pancake. So Reddarr Oh, is that? Did I say the secret correct words? Big buff stone lady ready to flatten you like a pancake. I have to look at my melee weapon loadout because I do get an initial bonus, I think. The scoundrel. +2 for the first roll, then a +1. Okay. So we're matched in our first attack. +2 melee, then +1. All right, here we go. Also, I want to reread my asset here. It provides that giving you insight. It provides a vision that gives a +1 star against your next lead or target. Then the vision ends. So this isn't a lead or a target. This is just a fight. So I don't think I can redeem that for that, unfortunately. Okay. So job 1. All right. Let's see what happens. So she comes to me. Oh, by the way, I don't have that motivation, right? I lost it during that one mystic event. Okay. Here we go. Back to this. We're gonna roll for me. All right, I rolled a 6. Oh, and she rolled an 8. Okay, so... Oh boy. Okay, so she charges me. And I go to pull out my guns. 2 shots. But I'm too slow as I take that spike chest plate straight into my own armor, and I can feel like some of the crystals like shatter because I am armored, but some of those smaller chunks or even some of the splintered bits manage to pierce through, and I can feel it begin to sink into my chest. There's a squish of blood. Oof. And she like cuts her jets short after the initial thrust, which actually sends me flying off of her shoulder, right? And I go like sailing into the air for a little bit, and I skiff onto the sand, and my head comes like dangerously close to one of the speeder gang like bikes swinging around me. It's like almost takes off my head, but I sit back up, and I'm wounded. But because my duster provides 1 defense, she's a brick. I'm gonna get copyright struck. She's mate. I still have 1 defense maneuver left, so I don't get KO'd quite yet. But I'm barely back up on my feet as I twist my pistols into my hand. Would I have the opportunity... So she's knocked me away. Would I have the opportunity to shoot here? She says it starts the fight in melee, but, like, I think we can say that... Right? Narratively speaking, I'd be able to... maybe take a shot. At least once. Before she's back on me. Let's see here. I'm gonna say yes. I'm just gonna go with my gut instinct. I'm on my back, right? I had my guns in my hand. I feel like I'd be able to take a few shots before something happens. Unless you dropped your guns or something. Yeah, that's true. I'll make a random roll for it. Although I would say it's pretty unlikely because it's my only weapon. But I will make it a possibility. So we'll give it like a 25% chance. 82. Okay. So I keep the guns on me. I release a few bolts her way. And so we'll roll. So 5, 6, 7 versus... She's all melee, so like... I get knocked back. I pull out my guns. She's already in the air. There's like another bounce from her jet boots, and now she's like hammer fisting both mitts, ready to just pound me center and like crunch me. So let's see what she rolls. She still has a +2 in melee. So a 6. Okay. Which means I do win this one. And she has 1 defense. So now her defenses out as well. So enemy defense maneuver. So the next shot is going to be the deciding factor. And you know, she was coming down at me in melee. I dodge roll to the side. She comes down and just slams those fists into the sand. It creates an impact crater. Like, if that would have hit me, I would be just obliterated. But she, like, releases her fists from the sand, and there's, like, a little pit where my body was as I'm, like, rolling off to the side. I'm gonna give myself, to be fair, a 50-50 shot. I'm gonna say 50 or lower, I had enough of a jump to get to be able to shoot again and give me the advantage. Or if it is, so if it's 50 or higher, I have enough distance to do a shot. If it's 50 or lower, or 49 or lower, I'm gonna say I did not get as much distance as I wanted to, and she's too quick with those jet boots. And I have to take her in melee. So I'm looking for a 50 or higher is what I want. Oh no! Oh no, so I have to get lucky. I'm gonna have to get real lucky. So I roll off to the side. I have my guns primed, and she's already coming at me with a fist. So I just have enough time to flip my guns up into pistol whip mode, and I guess there's maybe like a trigger mechanism where I crack them on, and you can see there's like bits of lightning crackling on the ends of my pistol grips as I'm ready to like pistol whip her with these electrified handles. And we're gonna see what happens. Okay, this is me. No! Oh no! Oh no! Built-in stun batons, exactly. That's what I wanted to go for, was built-in stun batons. But I don't think... Oh, there's no way I can beat that, I don't think. Okay, yeah. So basically, the last thing that I see is a crystallized fist coming straight towards my head as I'm like priming my my stun batons, and it hits my visor and everything goes black because I'm pretty sure I can cash in my asset now. If I lose a fight, I do not roll to determine my fate. I instead wake up in a tank of gelatinous liquid in a destination being tended to by a medbot. So, alright, there's a couple of things that are going to happen here. First thing I should do is probably check... oh boy. Alright. Couple things are going to happen here. Actually, I have to look up, do I lose this asset? Is it, like, gone forever now? Damn, I thought you were going to wake up with their... I mean, I think if I would have lost, there could have been some possibility where they have the advantage on me, but because I helped the scientist earlier, I specifically earned this, like, Bacta tank reanimation thing, which is good. But man, that was unfortunate that we couldn't have rolled to get the shots off on our pistol. So let me take a look at the asset thing real quick. The scoundrel, target lead, threaten attack, key terms, providing special single-use bonuses. Okay, so yeah, I lose this. If I lose a fight, I instead wake up in a gelatinous tank in a destination being tended to by a medbot. Okay. So, I guess I have to roll for a new destination. So I get to a new destination regardless. I can't lose the notoriety because I need the notoriety to find my lead. So I'm going to lose my favor, unfortunately. Oh, boy. So now I have... what is her name? Mina Vi? I have a, like at the right moment, the Imperial Patrol. Exactly, that's what I'm thinking. You read my mind, 20th. I think what's going to happen is I'm going to wake up at a destination. So I don't really care. Well, let's see. We'll see what the next destination says. If it's not an outright Imperium outpost, then it will, you know, probably have something going on like that. So we're gonna arrive. You arrive at a small spaceport. Oh wait, is this the same one? No, this is different. Just has a similar lead-in. I arrive at a small spaceport run by the challenging faction. So this is once again, yeah, this is the Imperium. The Imperium has a huge presence here. So spaceport, Imperium spaceport. So yeah, I wake up in a Bacta tank, or I can't say Bacta tank, but you know, wake up in med bay. There's a bot that's patching me together. And you know, as I'm coming to, I'm gonna say there's like a floating hover screen that like lights up, and on the other side of it, I see Picto Clique. Because she's obviously in a different spaceport. She's at the one I left.
Oh, good. You're finally awake.
You know, she's always mad and angry and yelling at me. And I was like, oh, hell's bells, what happened to me out there?
What happened is that Tar Ganger nearly caved your head in. If it wasn't for the Imperium running a scout of the dunes, you would have been paste. A fine red paste on the sand.
Well, I guess I owe you one, Picto. I wasn't really planning on getting into that scrape, but they seem to have a way of finding me, whether I like it or not.
Yes, you seem to be a positively active magnet for trouble, Reddarr. Consider our debt paid in full.
And so I am unfortunately out of my medical favors, but the Imperium does a good job of stitching me together. We'll say they also to help Reddarr the Magnet of Pain. Yeah, that's certainly what he's done so far. They stitch me together. They get my gear back in like tip-top shape. I put my hat on, my visor closes, and I have to resolve the rest. Sorry, I like swallowed water and went down the wrong pipe. I gain a notoriety though. Hey, 3 notoriety. That means we have time to find a lead. If it's 5 or higher hostile guard attacks, well, we don't have to worry about that. Then, a panic-stricken Lektok pleads for help getting off this planet. They offer you a small wedge. Hey, gotta crack a few eggs to catch a bounty. I mean, I'm getting cracked up for something. Hopefully it's for a bounty. Choose one. Direct them to your ship and try to recruit them. Lose a favor. I don't have a favor to lose, so I don't think I can use that option. Ignore their offering as you need to focus on finding your target. Gain a favor. What will happen if they don't escape this planet soon? Okay, so an insectoid person approaches me, a nervous insectoid. Let's say, maybe they're not a mantis this time. What kind of bug would be a good? Maybe like a cockroach. Maybe it's because I live in New York City and I'm thinking of cockroaches. So I have a nervous cockroach. They desperately need help getting off of this planet. What will happen to them? Space roach, exactly. Space roach coast to coast. There's a deep cut joke for all of you out there. So yeah, this space roach. My god, I have so many generators. Let's roll 2 of these. 15 and 9. This roach kind of has a beard. We'll say like whatever their species, their mandible grows these like big wiry whiskers and has kind of grown this big wiry hairy beard. And also is missing a few fingers. So this roach is worse for wear. This roach needs to get off of this planet because it owes for spice. Because this is helping me helping me get closer to my target. And Navi's a spice runner. And obviously, you know, if you owe the targs for spice, you want to get off this planet fast. So this nervous cockroach, oh boy, he's in debt. Exactly. So he's got this wiry antenna beard, missing fingers, probably missing fingers because he's crossed the wrong targ once or twice. Owes big money for spice debt. And so I'm clutching my side, right? I'm like getting myself to the nearest watering hole because I'm just recovering from like that ass whooping that was just handed to me by Navi. And this thing scuttles up to me. Imagine it's like hunched over a little shorter than me and like comes up to me. Hey man, hey, you're one of those nomads, right? You got a ship, right? You got thrusters. You can get off world. And I'm just like, and I can barely give him my attention because my head is still rattling. I'm like, yeah, I got thrusters. What are you on about, man? I got places to be. I got places to be. I got debts. I got debts in shallow pockets, but I got enough credits. I got enough credits that I can maybe pay you. We can get out of here. You know, and I can start over fresh. And like he's going on about his life and like how he needs to get off world. And unfortunately, his pleas are like running on deaf ears when it comes to Reddarr at this point, because Reddarr does not have the means right now to physically aid anybody, and is just purely thinking about self-preservation at this point. And I say, hey fella, I understand you got yourself in a bit of a predicament here. Our heart goes out to you, but ain't nothing I can do. You can't pay for these guns any more than what I've already got owed to me on this planet. You hear? So you're just gonna have to ask somebody else. There's anybody else I can ask. I've asked everyone. This is Imperium space, man. They're not just gonna let me on their ships. I need someone off the grid, off the record. I need you. You don't need me, and I certainly don't need anyone like you following me around and begging. So turn around, make yourself scarce. I'm a little miffed at this point because I am not a charity case right now, and you can see, you know, there's pain and confusion and sadness that all washes over him because I was his next best bet. Bug off! Oh, Loki. Oh, Loki. Oh, I think you've earned yourself some loyalty points for that one, for that pun. I love a good pun. Or a bad pun. Alright. Yeah, I'm gonna gain the favor. Because I'm ignoring his plea. What will happen to them if they don't escape this planet soon? He says, you don't understand, man. I can't pay that back. They're gonna take it back off of me as he holds up his hand because he's missing a few fingers. They're gonna take the rest of these, or more, and he's like looking at other parts of his body. Look, you owe them an arm and a leg. That's your business. You made yourself that debt already. You gotta pay it back. And to this, like, he finally sees that he ain't gonna budge. You'll be sorry. One of these days, you're gonna need some help. And you're gonna go to someone who needs it bad. And they ain't gonna give it to you. And you're gonna know how this feels. And you can see, like, he turns around and looks over his shoulders, like, kind of nervously to see if there's any targs listening to him. And then he scuttles away back into the darkness. And I can't say that I don't feel a little bad for running him off, but I mean, it's either me or him at this point, and I already got enough trouble when it comes to spice runners and targs, and he can't offer me anything that I don't already have. So, I'm sorry, Roach friend, but you gotta get to stepping. Sounds like we need to explore. Oh wait, did I run through everything? Destination. I didn't run through everything. He'll be fine, maybe, hopefully. Some locals enthusiastically direct you to a nearby scrap vendor or beast herder You wonder if they're mocking you. Interesting. You ignore them, but something about being here. Hope we don't find them torn apart or something later on. Well, I'm gonna make a note of that. Possibly find Bugman later. We'll see. Something about you sets off your trigger. What about your appearance really suggests that you could use a mount? Oh! Maybe it's a scrap. It's a scrap tracker because they took my speeder bike. Like the speeder gang probably took my hover bike. So the locals see me and I'm like, that's what happens. I go to the nearest dock to see like okay, maybe they didn't take my hover bike because the Imperium did show up, but they definitely wrecked it, which is why it's a scrap dealer. It's a scrap vendor. And that's why they're mocking me. I get used to him being dismembered like a sign of others. Not to mess with them, but still I can't help but wonder if they would use him for labor. Waste not, want not. I mean, yeah, the Targs don't seem like the kind who would not put him to use if he still had some. That's very true. We'll see. I'll make a roll for it when the time is right. If the time comes. Yeah, I think the Imperium recovers my speeder, but the Targs beat it to shit before the Imperium scares them off. So I go to like look for it, and it is barely holding on. Like I start up the engine, it's like like it's struggling, and like all the locals look at me and they're like, "What are you doing? Like that thing is gonna explode. You need to get to the scrap dealer." But something about being here sets off my trigger. Interesting. What is it about my trigger? What is my trigger again? I failed to pull the trigger when I would have saved hundreds of lives. I think I go to the hover bike place to get my swoop repaired, my bike repaired, and I see like I see one of the same species of Kel, the Onsiet with the many eyes, and I see that he's repairing a hover bike. And I want to say that I learned to ride hover bikes with Kel. You know, we were kind of like, we were two lone rangers, if you will. He's the one, you know, he kind of taught me the way of being a space cowboy. He's the one who taught me how to be a nomad. So he probably taught me, you know, the ins and outs of riding the hover bikes. And so I see this Onsiet who is like fixing his bike, and there's something about him that like reminds me of Kel. And once again, I'm like hit with like, if Kel were here, that wouldn't have happened. He would have had my back. That damn Mina would have been nothing but a pile of rubble if Kel was here. But I failed him. He needed me and I failed him. I should have just listened, damn it. And I'm like berating myself in my mind. Right in the feels, exactly. Like he would have taken her down first shot. Better nomad than I ever was. Just like running through that, running through my head, running through my head, running through my head, running through my head, running through my head. Just letting that beat me up on the inside. So I think I have a moment where I wish Kel was still around to have my back. Still around to have my back. You know? I wouldn't have got ganged up on by Mina. Mina, hope she comes back. Mina, if Kel was here. Alright. Whew. That was a lot happened at that destination. But I did gain a notoriety there, which is good, because that means I'm about to find my first lead the next time I have the opportunity. Alright. I take my recently repaired speeder bike, my recently repaired body, I was just completely wrecked. And I decided I need to get the hell out of here. I need to get back on the trail. Navi's not getting any closer. Explore. If your notoriety is 6 or higher, you encounter a lead. Jeez, give me a 3. Give me a low roll. Otherwise, a hostile from the minor faction has found your ship. A hostile. That's once again, that's the Mystics. Why are the Mystics messing with my ship again? Let me see actually something. Would I get a different result? I mean, this is from the creator, but I wonder if I would have a different result if I rolled from the book. Bro, you can just call. Yeah, like, like we're chill. Like, you don't have to keep stealing my star charts. You gave me a psychic vision. Yeah, maybe I'll roll one of these and see what happens. Just to change it up, because we already had that event once. And we'll see. Maybe it'll be slightly different, for the sake of newness. Number 3. If you're notarized 5 or higher, you encounter a lead. Otherwise, roll once on the exploration table. Exploration table 3, which is this one. Roll 6, and that was, I didn't even look at the number. I just clicked away before I even saw the dang number 5. You find a stubborn local arguing with the local. Is this the one we had too? So this is another ganger, right? You find a stubborn local arguing with 2 hostiles from the controlling, yeah, Targs again. But you know what? Honestly, there's no way. This is so dumb. He just got out of a fight with the Targs. But I mean, like, he's got a personal vendetta. He wants to send a message to. Oh, and that's another thing too. One of the things, I think I erased it, but one of the things about the fight with Mina was one of the triggers was, what does the gang tell of the fight? What was one of the tall tales that the gang tells about your fight? I mean, obviously, the tall tale is that, like, they make me look so bad. The gang makes me sound so bad. Like, Mina just obliterated me. I got a shot off on her. It was I could have had her with that last shot. It was 1 for 1. You know, it was a 50-50 shot. But yeah, that's the tall tale. They really emphasize how Mina just they just really emphasize how Mina just obliterated me. But now I'm seeing these Targs fight a local, and I mean, I can't let that slide. I don't even think this time I'm gonna threaten, because I had the option before where I could threaten them to stop a fight. No way. No, he is just going, and there's blood behind his eyes. So we'll roll, because it's an asset, right? If you roll for the attack, exploration. With 2 hostiles, a stubborn local, to recruit the local automatically. Yeah. So they will be an asset if I win. So I should roll ahead of time to see maybe what kind of asset they can provide me, which is a 5. Which would be key terms, assets, reactions, recruit. Oh, it'd be an unaffiliated mercenary or rebellious civilian. What if this is Nif? Should I reintroduce Nif? Should Nif be the mercenary who's like strung out on? I think I want it to be. I think Nif needs to come back. I think Nif needs a. They attack the next hostile. Yeah. I think we said Nif was a mercenary, so we encounter Nif on the dunes, fighting Targ gangers. So yeah, unlike before when Picto is like hiding behind her speeder and like shooting out with her holdout pistol, it's like the opposite. Like, I imagine Nif, this tiny little naked mole rat with this big googly eyes, who's probably hopped up on Spice, has this gun, like the shoulder-mounted, like, heavy cannon, and he's maybe standing on top of, like, a dune, and the gangers are, like, using their obliterated speeder bikes as cover, because, you know, Nif has already, like, busted them. You just hear, like, and you can hear, like, his chittering high pitch, I'm gonna murder it! I'm just gonna blow you up! You're gonna be smithereens! They're gonna be... And just... And the gangers are, like, loading up their rifles at each other. Well, we gotta take a shot sometime. And they're like, wait till he reloads, wait till he reloads. And as they're, like, talking that through, you just hear my speeder bike, and you can see the silhouette of my bike, the sun against my back, as I'm riding right towards them, as I put the bike on like, what's the word? Not autopilot, because I still want to be on it, but, like, I don't have to use my hands to steer. I'm, like, steering with my waist, as I take out both of the pistols, and I just, all you hear is... I'm not giving them a second. Yeah, put it in neutral, thank you. I'm just putting the speeder bike in neutral, double fisting these pistols, and I am not letting another Targ take to the sands, because I have no love for them right now. I didn't before, but now I certainly do not. So, that means I go to exploration. I can successfully intervene. So yeah, I'm not doing the threaten. I'm going straight to attack. Which means... I add 4 for my equipment. I don't think... Do they get any special bonus? They just have a fight at range +1. Okay. But there's 2 of them. There's 2 of them. So let's go back to our roller. So first things first, I'm gonna roll for me. A 2 + 4 is a 6. Okay, they rolled in a +1. Oh no, I'm sorry, I thought that was a 6. They rolled a 4 + 1 is a 5. I got nervous for a second there. So the first shot, so there's 2 of them, versus 2. The first shot is 6, me, the 5, them. So, yeah, they're just like, we gotta wait for him to reload, and they hear the speeder bike, they look up, and as soon as they lift their head, you just hear, and there's just a hole, just bored through the helmet of one of the Targs. It goes straight through the helmet, out the other side of the speeder bike. I am giving them no quarter, and the other one is now freaking out, and just, like, still with his back against the cover from Nif, like, opens up his rifle, puts it on full auto, and just starts firing it straight into my my zone. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna hop off the hover bike, right? And once again, the sun's at my back, and my cloak fans out in all directions, so you just see all of those strips of, like, synthetic leather flaying out in all directions, flailing in the wind. Gonna play some Doom music, exactly. Oh, I did have battle music queued up at some point. I just never played it. I just get so wrapped up in the... There you go. I just get so wrapped up in, like, the narrative. I jump up into the air, sun's still at my back, all the fanning flaps of my cloak, the strips are flailing, and just another hail of blaster bolts raining down on this last remaining Targ. So let's see what happens here. I roll at +4. Okay, so that's 5, 6, 7 versus 3, a total of 3. Oh yeah, they just get absolutely wasted. I mean, that was really quick to have the battle music on, but whatever. You never know. But they just get absolutely wasted. I the laser fire is shooting in all directions around me. Maybe some of them clip the strips of my cloak, but it is just a hail of laser fire that they just cannot keep up with, and they get obliterated. So yeah, absolutely not sparing them. Not even gonna worry about the spare option. I'm going straight to kill, which means I gain a notoriety, because those targs do not deserve it. 4 notoriety now. I gotta be getting close to a lead. I land in the sand. I look up towards Nif. His googly eyes, those big goggles, like, bobbing around in every direction until they finally, like, aim on me.
Oh, Hat Guy! Hat Man, hey! It's Nif! It's Nif Roland!
And I'm like, yeah, Nif, I know it's you. I saw you a while back.
Oh, wow! You murdered him good! You shot him up good! You're good at murdering!
I do my part, Nif. We sort of, like, you know, meet halfway in the dunes. So what happens if I succeed? I get to recruit him, right? me and the naked mole rat. Oh, what a team. What an unlikely duo. Exploration. Successfully intervene to recruit the local automatically. What valuable possession or commodity were they trying to keep safe? I say, Nif, how in tarnation did you get yourself out here fighting tar gangers? Last time I saw you, you were resting off a hangover. A mighty heavy one, too. And then you see, like, Nif, like, you know, shaking and chittering, and he, like, grabs his gun and he holds it close to his chest.
They were making eyes at her.
And he, like, looks at his gun and he, like, presses his cheek against the steel and he, like, rubs it up and down the length of the gun.
They were making eyes at my baby.
He's, like, coddling his gun. And to this, like, from behind my visor, like, my eyes go kind of wide as I nod my head slowly. They were making eyes at, your lady, I see.
Yeah, no one makes eyes at my lady. Oh, she treats me real good.
As he, like, pets the gun.
She treats me so good.
Yeah. I see that. Y'all make quite a good team. Speaking of teams, Nif, I'm still hot on the heels of that spice runner I was talking about earlier. Considering that I just managed to perforate these targs for you, maybe you wouldn't mind, inviting your lady out with me, for, you know, a little sojourn. There'll be some credits in it for you. And then, like, to this, like, he, like, grabs his gun and, like, holds it really close.
You inviting my lady out on a date?
No, not me, not just me. You too, Nif. It's gonna be all 3 of us gonna have ourselves a good time. I promise you. I ain't got nothing but love for you. And you know, I ain't trying to butt in on that.
All right, okay, yeah, job's a job. We'll help out.
And you know, sort of like slings the gun over his shoulder, and then. Ménage à toi. You know, we'll see where the dice takes us. So we gained ourselves an ally, recruit, an unaffiliated mercenary. They attack the next hostile leader target you encounter before you can react. They have a +1. If they win, we lose a notoriety and their debt is repaid. If they lose or die and get captured, we gain a motivation. Oh, interesting. All right, so he's trigger happy, which, I mean, obviously makes sense. So let's go into assets. So Nif, the mercenary. Okay. Exploration 5. Oh boy, this was a scene, huh? We met Nif on the dunes, fighting Targ gangers. Absolutely perforated them from the speeder bike. And then we talked about Nif's lady love. And then we recruited him. We recruited Nif for a journey. Perfect. All right. I'm gonna say Nif for journey. Perfect. All right. Destination 5 with Nif in tow on the back of our speeder bike. So let's go to... Where are we at now? Explore. Rocket Man. I'm a rocket man. A rocket man. Exploration. Nothing eventful happens, but we gain a motivation. Alright. I'll take a motivation. What dangerous terrain do we successfully navigate? Ooh. That's an interesting one. I want to say that there are a series of like sand pits. They're like whirlpools. But they move. They're not stagnant. They're sort of like this strange phenomenon that happens. I didn't want to say it was a monster quite yet. Maybe it could be the wake of a monster. I want to say it's more like sort of like a geographic anomaly that happens on Talus, where they have these sort of like moving sand pits that like will slowly glide their way across the dunes over maybe like weeks or months at a time. But if they get under a settlement, right, they can like sink an entire settlement, especially small ones, which is why people have to keep moving. Microorganisms could be microorganisms. Yeah, it could be something like that. That like I would have probably just driven right into, but Nif, being a local, is like, oh man, you want to stay away from the sink traps. No sink traps for you, not today. And like, you know, like grabs my shoulders from the other side. Redacted anomalies. He like grabs my like elbows from behind the wheel and like tilts me away as I'm about to like accidentally careen into one of the sink pits. I'm like, sink pit? And like he explains to me the strange anomaly that happens on Talus, where these will kind of glide their way across the landscape over time and like suck people in and like pull them into the depths, and entire settlements if the holes get large enough, as they like slowly swim their way across the sand. But we gain a momentum, which is good. I wouldn't mind a reroll. And our notoriety is getting pretty high. So I imagine we're going to get a lead soon. I'm so surprised we haven't found a lead, but this means we're probably going to find the leads in rapid succession. Because we have our notoriety so high now. Let's go to, so I'm going to say, go back to my notes. Exploration 5. Oh, I think I accidentally did, oh no, that was the destination. No. Am I dumb? I think I did destination twice. That's alright. We'll just say, we'll use this for exploration 6. We'll say, yeah, because there's always a chance we could have rolled that event twice. So, we'll just move this here and make this destination 6. Perfect. Look at that, solving problems on the fly. All right, arrive. We arrive in a small outpost or enclave run by the challenging faction. Okay, an enclave or outpost. Choose one. Search for anyone who might know your target and gain 1 favor. Speak with a local who works here to rest and then gain a motivation. Do I want the favor or the motivation? I feel like at this point my favor is kind of low. I don't know if I really care about building the favor. Maybe it's just better to build motivation. So then speak with a local. Okay, so first things first, who's our local? Number 6, which for this planet is another Lectoke. Another bug folk. Legtoke bug folk. Legtoke bug folk. What's this kind of bug? This bug. We had a mantis, we had a roach. What's another good bug? Maybe some sort of beetle. Maybe like a big Hercules beetle. Those are ones with the big spider. Ooh, spider's good too. Yeah, lots of legs. Yeah, we'll do spiders. You know, I won't get into the semantics of arachnid versus insect. You know, that's not my place. So we have like an 8-legged bug folk. And let's get some interesting things about this bug folk. Bump, bump. We got a 3 and a 2. Jumping spider, superhero, or wolf spider. Oh yeah, with the big eyes. Yeah. We're definitely gonna use that. Although I keep rolling 3 for the distinctive features, which is kind of boring. I don't want everyone to have glasses. Although it would be funny with the big spider eyes. We're gonna say, let's re-roll that one more time. So I keep rolling the same result. 14. A unique hair color. Okay. What's a unique color for a spider folk? I'm also gonna roll 1, so it's a dude. We got a dude bug folk with a different color. Interesting color. For some reason I want to say he's furry. I kind of want to say he's green. I'll say he's furry and green. Oh, thank you. A posture check. Yeah, I could use it. I want to say he's an 8-legged bug folk. Multicolors can count. Yeah. What multicolor would you think would be good for this bug folk? So he's got big jumping spider eyes. Dude got highlights. He's ombre. Yeah, he's got like shaggy. He's got shaggy highlights, blonde highlights. Big jumping spider eyes, shaggy green fur with like blonde highlights. And it also mentioned that, like, I rolled a thing that had piercings, but you really can't get much pierced on a spider. So maybe instead, the rings are like, kind of like woven into his, like, shaggy fur. You know, kind of like, you know how, like, in fantasy, dwarves always have, like, rings and stuff, like, braided into their beards. It's like that, but with his, like, shaggy green fur. And he has, like, yeah, rings in his shaggy fur. It's an interesting guy. An interesting character that we're meeting with a local. We're meeting here to rest with Nif. Yeah, where's Nif? Where's Nif going? Jeez. Yeah, let's go to, what's the scene? The scene is 3930. 39 is bestow. 30 is possessions. All right, bestow possessions. Nif's like, I know somebody in town. I gotta pick up a delivery. Yeah. That's you know, gotta pick up something that I need real bad. Don't worry about it though. Nothing you gotta worry about. Just follow me. And we follow Nif. And is this Nif's dealer? Is this Nif's spice dealer? Oh no. Bestow possessions. We find Nif's spice dealer. What an adventure we've been on here. Okay, Nif's spice dealer. His name is species Lectoke. Roll a die. 3. Oh, we already got Pictocleek. We can't do that again. We need... Ooh, Suli Slak. That's true. The dealers are the sweetest people. Yeah, I think Suli's like super chill. Like Suli's just like here to have a good time. Like Empyrean? Targs? No man, Suli is here for the vibes. Suli, oh my god, Suli. Suli's shop is kind of like, you know, kind of like, it has like incense burning and like, you know, like painted glass hanging from the ceiling. And Suli's got like 8 arms, right? So Suli has like one arm where it's like banging like a singing bowl, right? And like another arm which is like shaking a rain stick. Suli's like vibing so hard in that shop all by himself. Just like,
You know, a lot of people, they just see all the conflict, man. They see the intergalactic war, and I'm just like, what if we just gave peace a chance, man? I got 8 arms, and they're all trying to hug, dude. Like, oh, we could just put it all behind us.
You know? Sully is just... I'm already a big fan of Sully. Alright, so Sully... Oh, he works at Earthbound. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Sully's giving us big Earthbound vibes right now. So Sully is, Sully Slack. Sully Slack, who is Nif's dealer. And so, basically we walk in there. And what was our thing? We're getting a motivation. So we're getting a little closer, and this is potentially he sells spice. So, I mean, and we're looking for Navi. And so, you know, Nif comes in. It's like,
oh, Nif, my friend, the stars have aligned once again as you were brought before me, my little guy. Hey,
and like gives him like one of his hands, gives him like a knuckle, one of his like free hands. Sully Slack, give you what you lack, he's got your back. Oh, Loki, that's good. Oh, that's good. That's definitely painted on the front of his shop, in whatever language they speak on Talus.
Sully Slack, give you what you lack, he's got your back, dude.
And so, like, Nif's like,
Yeah. Oh, Sully. Yeah. Good to see you. You got that thing? Yeah, the thing I was, looking for. Earlier, some time ago.
Oh, you mean like the
Oh yeah, the thing that I want, that I paid for ahead of time, you know, that I was waiting for.
Oh, right, discretion is of the utmost importance at Sully Shack. Yeah, let me just let's get you that.
You know, and so like he like, I imagine Sully like actually crawls up the wall, like, you know, all of his stuff is like in crates and supply containers that are like mounted to the walls of the ceiling, so he actually like scuttles his way up there to like find everything. And as he's like rifling, but it's not organized, like it's absolute chaos in there. But he, of course, knows where everything is because he's the man with the plan. So you can hear like things getting thrown around as he's like trying to look for Nif's supply. And as I'm watching this all unfold, I'm like, so Sully Slack, so name carries some weight around here. I understand you are a purveyor of many goods here in Talus. You might know one Navi Mod.
Oh, Navi? Yeah, Navi's pretty chill. A little quiet, a little creepy, but you know, I'm not one to judge. You know, my home is his home, their home, all homes. We're homes, you know? We're like homes to like a soul's vessel. Like we're all the same soul, just like spread out across infinite.
Like he's going on a whole tangent, and then like, we're all, you know, the hotel of somebody's great soul, or, but Navi. I'm like getting back to like the point at hand, and so I shoot the shit with Sully for a little while, and I pretty much just appease him about all of his clandestine theories about the universe until we get more on Navi, and where they do some of their drops and where they exchange some of their credits discreetly, and I gain that motivation. So now I have 2 motivation, and then after he finds Nif's stuff, he scuttles his way back down.
Seek and ye shall find. I had no doubt in my mind whatsoever that you would return to me, Nif, and now I bequeath unto you what you have wrought.
And so Nif, like, doesn't even, like, take a second, just, like, snatches it out of his hand and, like, runs to, like, the nearest bathroom and, like, does what he needs to do. As I wait politely for him and, you know, kind of in a somewhat awkward stalemate silence with Sully. And then eventually, that ends.
I have feeling now that you will be taking leave of my establishment. I hope you will carry the the dream of our conversation in your heart, noble nomad. You carry a lot of weight with you on your shoulders. I feel it.
And he like rings like one of the singing bowls and like holds it by like my ear and like down by my heart.
This frequency heals, my friend. I'm just here to like cleanse your aura.
You know? And I'm just like watching it happen from behind my visor. Yeah, I'm feeling better already, Sully. I thank you kindly. We got places to be.
Happy trails, my friends, and remember, at Sully's shack, we always got your back.
And then, you know, we leave. And we go to our explore. Now, I already did my explore phase, like I just said, because I did it backwards, so we'll go to a new destination. But, wow, Sully, who would have thought? Who would have thought that would have been that moment? Nif is now, well calm with his massive cannon. And we're gonna go to destination. Come on, lead. I have so much notoriety now. Gain 1 notoriety. Nice. I run at a spaceport, challenging faction. Gain 1 notoriety. If it's 5 or higher, a hostile guard approaches. Huh. So a hostile guard from the challenge. So this is an Imperium soldier. So we ride in, me and Nif. I think he sees Nif is like strung out and like holds a hand in front of us. Is like behind his like, you know, static. I imagine he's wearing a helmet, so it's probably some sort of static effect. Halt there, citizen. And we like, and you can already see Nif is like shaking. Eyes are wide behind those googly glasses. I'm gonna have to ask you to step off the speeder bike. This is just a routine inspection. We've gotten word recently there's been a lot of spice trade, and we're just trying to make sure that all the items that are coming in through the spaceport is not contraband. Space Percy. Oh, Ailing, I haven't seen you chat in a while. Welcome back. And so Nif is like freaking out. Nif is not holding it together.
You can't let him do this, man. You can't let him shake us down. You ain't got no rights. You ain't got no rights here, man. This is Talus, man. This was Talus before the Imperium. It's gonna be Talus after the Imperium.
He's like, poor Nif, can I give him bravery? And like, I pull my head up. Nif. Now you gotta excuse my friend here. He's had a very rough day. We both had a rough day, officer, you understand. And the Imperium guard is just like, no selling it. I'm gonna ask you again to step off the speeder bike, sir. And, so he's hostile, which means my only options are attacking or threatening. Which means, I think I'm gonna threaten. Because I've been pretty good with the Imperium so far. I don't really know if I want to start a fight with them. Jedi mind trick, if only. If this would be the one moment that I needed to be anything but the scoundrel. Okay. So I have to go to a threaten, right? You may try to threaten any hostiles you meet to warn them off without resorting to violence. There is no spice here. This mole rat is not high off his ass. Everyone's sober. So the nomad die. If we threaten, we have to roll our notoriety, but... I'm sorry, we roll our dice, but we add our half of our notoriety rounded up. And we have a lot of notoriety right now. In fact, we gained 1. So, we have 5 notoriety, so half of that would be 2.5 rounded up, which is 3. That's pretty good. So how do I threaten this guard? He says, I'm gonna have to ask you to step off the speeder bike, sir. And I just rev the engine. As I look at him from behind the visor, and you can see the targeting reticle, like, on that glass panel, like, slides up him. And you can see it, like, looks him up and down, like, as if he's, like, as if I'm taking stock on all of his armor and equipment and, like, analyzing it as I'm... And he says, I say, I don't think you understand. Me and my friend have somewhere we gotta be and in a hurry. So I think it's best if you just let us pass. And I'm gonna roll my threaten. +3. A 5. Okay, and he rolls a 3. Okay. 3 versus 5 is a success. And so I'm like, and like you can see like my targeting reticle is like scanning him up and down, and he sees it. And like he takes a look at my gun. He takes a look at like Nif's gun, which is as big as Nif. So he sees he's outgunned. I mean, I've got 2 on my hip. I'm a nomad. He's a mercenary. He's just like he's like a paid like traffic guard at this point. I don't think he's trying to catch any smoke from us. He doesn't want any of this heat. That's enough heat to take out a platoon. And he says, you know, actually, I believe that there has been no report of any undue activity within the past several hours. I do not believe this inspection is necessary. And you do have a place to be. So I think it's best if you just go about on your day. Yeah, I agree. Mighty funny. As I tip my hat. As I like blast away and like my cloak kicks up and like almost like hits him in the in the armored helmet as I speed off. So me and Nif avoid. Oh, I think there's actually a resolution for threats. Success. The hostile threat backs down. No longer immediate threat. Roll in the threat neutralized table. So might be a couple other words we trade. Ooh. Interesting. A nomad killed somebody they loved. Who was taken from them? Were they a target or simply collateral damage? So that's why he backs down. He like looks at me and Nif, and he sees that I'm wearing like a guild badge on my cloak, you know? And he recognizes that I'm a nomad. And who was taken from them? Were they a target or simply collateral damage? I'm gonna roll 50% or higher. They were a target. Oh, 98. Yeah. One of his friends at one point was a target from a gang nomad, and he saw firsthand how ruthlessly efficient a nomad on a mission can be. And there was no doubt in his mind that if push came to shove, that Reddarr would have just plugged him to his end. So he backed out of cowardice. And as they're like buzzing away, as we're buzzing away, you can see he like watches us like skidding away into the streets, and under his breath, those guild bastards, you know, because I think there's a trigger here that says like, I won't rest until the guild pays what they've done. Those guild bastards think they can boss everyone around. Just swears under his breath, but he knows he can't do anything. And he lets us pass. Threat succeeded. All right. We wheel ourselves around. We find ourselves being jostled by a growing crowd of locals. They're all trying to catch a glimpse of something nearby. There's a prominent figure from the challenging faction battling a group of assailants. Gain 1 motivation. How do they manage to escape? I got a lot of motivation. Okay, so a prominent figure from the challenging faction is like an officer of the Imperium who is battling a bunch of Targ enforcers. And if this is a spaceport controlled by the Imperium, I think what happens is, you know, there's a bunch of people walking in a big crowd. There's a laser blast that goes off. There's a scream. Everybody turns their heads around, and suddenly there are a bunch of like people who like throw off their cloaks, and they're wearing Targ colors as they begin blasting at an officer, an Imperium officer. The officer begins shooting back, like tucks and rolls behind some cover on the street. And it doesn't take long for other Imperium officers to come onto the scene and start laying their fire into the Targs. The Targs see that they try to do like a swift assassination, and it failed miserably. They just they did not anticipate that the officer was going to be as quick on the trigger as they thought, and so they turn tail, and they like, you said flash mob? We'll say flash bang. Yeah, we'll say that's how the targs escape. They throw like a disorienting grenade behind. There's a big flash of light and smoke, and there's a sound that rips through the air that like grinds everyone's ears. It like drops all of the onlookers to their knees. It's like a sonic, like a sonic concussive grenade almost. And all of the officers like put their hands up, and just as quickly as the targs arrived, they run into the alleyways and disappear with a few Imperium agents hot on their tail. But the officer survives. But we gain a motivation. I guess because we watch the targs get chased off, and we're like, damn right, those targs deserve every shot they got. Hope you bleed out, you slimy, mangy. Just sort of like going on a foghorn, leghorn, right? That's that character from from Looney Tunes. Just like swearing in Giant Chicken. You visit the local Nomads Guild rep to report on your progress. They've chosen a quiet place, but you're not alone. Interesting. A cloaked hostile pulls a concealed laser pistol and attacks. Who has paid them to attack you at the Nomads Guild? It's gotta be Mina. It's gotta be Mina. Like, of course. I say those slimy. Yeah, that's exactly. Interesting. Oh, okay. So we go to a guild, a storehouse, which is interesting. So this could really be any species. The guild runs all gamuts. So let's see here. We got species. I'm gonna roll. Oh, it's a D12 I can roll for species. 3. Oh, wait, why is it? Oh, it's a 2D6. 7. Oh, just another human. Interesting. Okay. A human. They might have some interesting features, though. By the name of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Itsuki Ich. Ooh, cool name. Alright, so our guild contact in Destination 7, which is an Imperium spaceport. So what's happened in the spaceport so far? We evade interrogation by Imperium officer by threatening him down. They previously lost someone to a nomad. Then we see a failed targ hit on an Imperium officer, but they escape by way of sonic concussion grenade. So we see all that. We're like, this has been a long day. I need to get notice to my accomplices. This has been, I am no closer to finding this Navi. As far as I've been going, I need to report in. So I go to the local guild house, Nomad Guild House, and I meet with Itsuki Ich. Itsuki Ich. All right, let's learn a little bit more about Itsuki. What's your vibe, Itsuki? I'm gonna roll 1, 2, a 10 and a 1. I keep getting the piercings. I'm gonna roll again. 13 and 10. Ooh, tattoos and a unique eye color or 2 different colors. Interesting. Itsuki Ich. I'm gonna say an interesting eye color or 2 different colors. I guess we'll say 2 different colors. Actually, yeah, here's what I'll say. They have 1 blue eye and 1 red eye. And they have tattoos on their body, but they're swapped. So on the side of their body where it has the red eye, they have blue tattoos. And on the side of the body where they have a blue eye, they're red tattoos. You know? I think it's kind of cool. just to have like juxtaposition. Itsuki each. And what is Itsuki's vibe? What are their pronouns? 4? Ooh. Lady. Red versus blue. Yeah, red versus blue, the character. Okay. So I have Itsuki, pronouns. She, her. I imagine that she has kind of like a shaved sides of her hair is dark, and she has like cool lines. Like I imagine her tattoos are like all these like geometric shapes, and she has that like cool geometric shape like shaved into the side of her, the back of her hair, and she has like, you know, like that cool long top dark part. So very cyberpunky, but we all know red is superior. I agree, red being my favorite color. So you have no qualms with me there. So red and blue eyes, reversed red and blue tattoos. Yeah, has like, got a nice fade. With shaved shapes, and then like a emo bang. A big emo bang. Itsuki each. And what's Itsuki's personality? Itsuki each. It's just a fun name to say. Bump, Itsuki each. 3. Sarcastic. I like sarcastic. Personality sarcastic. You know what? Just because she's a nomad too, let's find out what kind of nomad she would be. Let's roll on the table. I guess the only one that she can't be is a bot, because we already rolled that she's a human. But yeah, that would be fun. Let's see what kind of nomad she would be. Nomad, roll a d6. A 3. Of course I rolled the bot. No, you can't be a bot. The assassin. Your assuming nature and modest attire hide a killer instinct, honed through years of intense training. Yeah, this is the assassin. So she has what? She has a big sniper rifle, a concealed knife, a hooded cowl, a mysterious padded leather armor, mysterious insignia. Oh, she's badass. Oh, she's cool as hell. Am I crushing on Itsuki? Oh, damn. She sounds cool as hell. Got like mismatched tattoos, cowl, big ass sniper rifle. Oh, she sounds badass. Okay, so she's sarcastic. She's an assassin nomad. Black cowl, sniper rifle. I imagine she's like totally femme fatale, right? Like black leather catsuit with like the hooded cowl. She's like all, oh man, she's, yeah. Whew, getting hot in here. Can Reddarr take it? So, all right, this is my contact. So I go to the guild house, and I'm like, I need to report in on the, yeah, belts in places that don't need belts. It's a very, what was that character's name from Final Fantasy X? The goth chick that wore like a dress made of belts. Lulu? It's like that, except not a dress. But yeah, just too many belts. Why do you need all those belts? Nobody needs all those belts. I mean, you look great, but nobody needs them. So I need to report in on this guild contact on the status of contract Navi Mod. And, you know, like, there's probably like we'll say there's like a bot, because I rolled a bot earlier. Maybe there's like a bot attendant. Oh, wait. Yes, okay, I got it. There's a bot attendant. And the bot attendant is like, of course, allow me to find the guild representative, Itsuki, each. And, you know, goes to fetch Itsuki. We find ourselves in a nice quiet corner. I swoon. And then, you know, we sit down and I begin to report in. And she's sarcastic. She says, well, you say you have something to report, but as far as I'm concerned, you've made no progress. So consider the report concluded. You know,
Now, I've got a couple of strong cases here, Itsuki, but ain't nothing getting me closer to Navi.
Well, yes, to get closer to your target, you would actually have to succeed in any of your hunts. Reddarr.
He's just sort of like biting cold quips every reversal, which really sucks for Reddarr because, dang, she's cute.
All that I've heard that you've done is stir up some trouble with some targs, which, fair enough, they deserve it, but the targs aren't your target. Don't let this get personal. You know the guild doesn't let you get attached on the job.
SIMP, yeah, I know. I would simp for her. He's like, and to her, like, calling out, like, the Targ fight, like, you know, his grip does get a little tighter, because not only is it personal because of Mina, he's just doing it to talk to her, exactly. He didn't have to report in on Navi, he just knew that she was hanging around. But, like, you know, there's also the story of Kel, you know, involvement with the Targs, and maybe she knows that, you know, because Kel was a part of the guild. And she sort of like leans in and she says, I know the Targs mean something to you, Reddarr. And I know they had it in with Kel. But don't let it cloud your judgment. You have a mission here. Every sync that you waste on a Targ is one sync that should be put into Navi Mod. Do you hear me? And he like nods his head. I hear ya. Believe me, I wish I wouldn't have had to waste those shots on those damn Targs to begin with. They're picking fights with me. I ain't trying to kill them.
But you're sure doing a decent enough job at it.
You know, biting back and forth. But as they're having this conversation, the bot in the corner, the one that led me over to Itsuki, has been watching us with vested interest. Because I'm not mistaken, someone here double crosses me. The cloaked hostile pulls a concealed laser pistol. And so we're talking about Targs and how we can't let it get personal and blah, 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 blah. And as the bot, like, trains its eyes on me, you can hear, it's like another voice comes in over the radio, usurps the voice box of the bot, and you hear Mina's voice on the other line. And it's like, this one's for my gangers, you sack of shit. As the bot's arm goes, pulls out a pistol, begins shooting inside of the guild hideout. And I am about to get shot by Mina's planted spy. All right, so let's do. They're attacking at a +2. So this is them. A 5, a solid 5. I'm attacking at range with my pistols. A 6 + 4. Oh. Get out of here. Oh, this is my moment to be a hero. It's my moment to be a hero in front of Itsuki. So we're talking about the guild. She's like, don't let this get personal. You know, the Targs are small fries. And then literally a Targ gang boss that is planted herself in one of the attendants gets the concealed pistol. Shoot. I throw my cloak in front of Itsuki and push over the bar table that we were sitting behind. I toss her behind it. And, you know, there's laser fire cracking off the tops of the table, making holes around all of where we were sitting in our booth. I lean up, take my pistol, swing it over the side of the table, and I just like, I steady my arm on top of the table. I kind of use it as a brace. Bam, 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 couple of shots. I sink them into that bot. I just tear open bits of that metal until there's nothing but a few, like, smoldering, melted holes in its chassis. And you can hear Mina on the other side. I still kick your... And the bot, like, self-destructs. And there's, like, bits of shrapnel that go everywhere as I push... I put one arm over Itsuki, obviously. Gotta protect her. As all of the shrapnel flies in all directions. My armor maybe takes a few heroic pieces in the explosion, but I'm fine, of course. And as the bot finally ends its reign of terror, it seems like the Targs are trying to pull a lot of assassin jobs in this place. Who has paid them to ambush shoot the Nomads Guild? Obviously Mina. Obviously the Targs. They want me dead. I don't blame them. For some reason, it just got really hot in my apartment. And not just because of Itsuki. I think they just turned up my heat randomly. Whew. Spicy. And so after all the commotion settles and all of the guild people, you know, find themselves back at their seats. For the guild, I mean, this is probably, like, no one's usually that bold to make an attack on the guild like that in broad daylight, but, you know, these are all veteran nomads. No one is completely shaken by the fact there was a gunfight here. In fact, they probably all buy me, like, a round for, like, you know, settling the dispute. The old guild raid, exactly. Like, no, this is not unforeseen activity for them. They buy me a couple rounds. I get a little tipsy with Itsuki. You know, she is nonplussed that, you know, I bailed her out of that scrap. She's like, you know, probably something to the lines of, you know, I could have handled myself back there. I don't doubt it. I was saying, one of us had a faster trigger finger, that's all. And I, you know, exactly, more flirting, exactly. I shoot her a devil may care grin and I was gonna say a wink, but he has one working eye. So maybe his, like, holographic projector, like, blink, like, blinks out for a moment. Is she charmed by this? What do we think? What is her likelihood of being charmed by this? It's not 50-50. It's probably more like 30% she'd be charmed by this. 1 to 30. 79, nope. You know. He blinks and says, by the way, just so you know, I winked at you real sly like. You know, she sees it and maybe gives it like a pity smile. There is something charming about him, but you know, she's not swooned by it. Yeah, a faster trigger finger. We'll chalk it up to that. Why don't you have your drink and we can get on with this? I says, don't mind me. I'm gonna be drinking them real slow. I'm in good company, you see. And she, of course, rolls her eyes, but joins him for a drink. Oh, I think technically Nif probably should have helped with that fight, but I don't know if Nif would have been invited into the guild hideout. You know? I don't think no qualms on Nif. A handy boy, that Nif, but he's not guild. He's not nomad. I don't think they would have let him in. So, you know, he probably went to the local cantina, have himself a nice time on his own. But yeah, I'm not going to use his ability there, because, yeah, Nif has to sit outside. Nif is a bit of a wild card. They already have enough problems, Weenie Hut Jr. They already have enough problems. They don't need, like, a trigger-happy mole rat with an oversized plasma cannon, you know, hopped up on spice to add to that possible X factor. Okay. So, would Nif's nickname be Nifty? Well, it is now. If it wasn't before, it is now. That's all I gotta say to that. Okay, so now, let's go to... What do we want to do now? Where did we leave off? That City event was very... There's a lot going on there. We had an ambush. We had 2 assassination attempts. Okay. Yeah, I think we're back to explore is where we're at now. Let's go to... exploration phase. My notoriety is so high. I gotta be getting a what do you call it? I gotta be getting... Nothing eventful happens, but I gain a motivation. Okay, I'll take it. What destruction do you see caused by the intergalactic war? At this point, your target may just jump out and attack you. I mean, honestly, I've made it very clear that I'm hunting a man, or a person named Navi Mod. Yeah, name dropped him at, like, a spice dealer's. Like, Navi has to know there's someone on his tail at this point. Crash starships in a big field? Yeah, exactly what I was thinking. It's probably, like, because this is Targ and Imperium space, the main conflict here. It's probably like a massive Imperium battle cruiser, right? And like surrounded by it is like a graveyard of smaller starfighters, like Targ starfighters. You know, it was probably like a swarm of starfighters that took on one massive battleship, and you know, eventually they took it down. They probably lost a huge amount of the economic effects of imperialism. Yeah, in so many words, we're seeing we're seeing the ramifications of Imperium law carried out against the cartel. There's just a massive graveyard of ships, one massive battle cruiser, and then a smaller subsect of fighters surrounding it. The cruiser looks like it eventually got cracked in half, but I mean, I'm sure that swarm probably had to be 3 times the size that we see to even have a chance. So the amount of Targ deaths that claimed is like not insubstantial. Like, they got pulverized, but they managed to take out the cruiser with them. So, you know, I guess that's a win as far as they're concerned. I got a lot of motivation, which is good. And I got a lot of notoriety, which is also good. Come on, lead. I need a lead so bad. So that was our exploration. Oh, I feel like how did I get? Yeah, most definitely most of those fighters are dust or very small chunks, exactly. How did I get out of order here? I had exploration destination, exploration destination, exploration destination, exploration destination, exploration destination. This is what I did wrong, I think. Yeah. And so this was the exploration. Oh, it's because I forgot to name one 5. I'm like, why do I have... This doesn't make any sense. There we go. There we go. Now I have exploration 7. So I gained a motivation. Nothing eventful happened. Nothing eventful. But I see the remnants of a fighter swarm. A Targ fighter swarm. And an Imperium battle cruiser. Nice. Alright. Plus 1 motivation. Yeah, I'm probably feeling motivated seeing all those Targ corpses. Man. We did not make friends with these Targs this time around. Destination 7. Come on. I feel it in my bones. I feel it in my bones. Did that? I can't tell if the hostile guard approaches. I can't tell if that did it. I'm gonna do it again. You arrive at a small town run by locals. Okay. Choose one. Speak with a local, then rest or barter for supplies. Or a panic-stricken Lictok pleads for you to help to get off this planet. It's the Roach. It's the Roach. He came back. Oh no. Oh no. I don't have a favor. I don't have a favor to give him. Oh no, I do have a favor. Should I help him? Oh my god, this poor guy. I cannot believe we ran into that Roach again. I mean, yeah, he finds a way. The Roaches always find a way. Okay. Speak with a local to rest. I have max motivation. No, I'm sorry. One minus max motivation. Okay. Roach is back. Yeah. So basically, I go into town. At this point, we have to get new supplies. So we go into town. Me and Nifty. And as we're talking with a merchant to get, you know, more heat sinks and rations and fuel cells and all that fun stuff, I hear a voice behind me. Hey man, I saw you do, you know, you rode in town and I was wondering, and he like looks up at me and he's like, oh, it's you again. Like recognition washes over him. I'm like, how? And I swear you was like a couple. It doesn't matter how, man. Look, I am trying. I've been trying for days, weeks even. Come on, man, you're my last chance. You're my last chance. This place is crawling with Imperiums and Targs and the Mystics ain't leaving. Come on, you're my last hope. He holds up his hand again, missing fingers. They're gonna take another. They're gonna take them all. I actually do have. Well, I actually do have a favor now. Before I could not try to help him because I did not have a favor, but now I do. So I actually can spend the favor. Direct them to my ship and try to recruit them. So I have to try. Okay. So, let's try. Recruit. Add half my favor, round it up. Sometimes a prompt will explain that you automatically succeed, but this one didn't. It says try to recruit them. Okay, so I guess this is the barter, right? Because he wants to get off of the ship. He wants to get off the planet. But I say, all right, now I got myself a nice set of thrusters, couple clicks back this way. Now you can ride with me, but ain't gonna be for free. You're gonna have to hold up your end of the bar. You have to do something. You're gonna have to carry your weight. And so I think that's what might scare him off. Because a free ride is one thing, but actually having to put up or shut up is like another thing, right? So this is where I have to try to recruit him. And I have no favor. So, a 5 though. Do I convince him? A 5, no, we match. And it has to be higher. Oh, wow. So I lost a favor for nothing. Oh my god. You can see he's like shaking a little bit. He's like considering your offer. What are you gonna do? You gonna get me out to space and then what? And then wait, what? Oh wait, I have motivation. I could re-roll his roll and make it worse. A point of inspiration, yeah, okay. Yeah. Absolutely. I could definitely re-roll his roll. You really want this roach. You really want this roach. Okay. It's gotta be a 4 lower. A 2, okay. The roach gave a excellent. The roach saved by the team, the Twitch team. Okay, so what kind of asset is he? I think honestly he's an endearing mascot. I mean, come on. That's out of any of these categories, he's definitely the endearing mascot. Okay, so we recruit him. I don't think we ever got his name yet. Before I just shoot him off. All right, so who are you? Who are you, my friend? Let's figure you out. Tiki Doke. Tiki Doke. Oh, Reef? Okay. I like chat naming him. Reef the Roach. Absolutely. Wow. How about that? We thought we were gonna find Reef in a ditch, missing all of his limbs. What a turn of events. Okay, so we go into the small town, the small trading town, run by locals. As we're bartering for supplies, Reef the Roach appears. He begs for us to take us off-world again, and we tell him we'll do it, but not for free. And then we convince Reef, consensually, yes, it is, exactly. The Targs would have just used him up, but it's a partnership. It's a mutual partnership. We convince Reef to travel with us to get off-world. Alright, so what is the endearing mascot effect? That is just, I need to know. What if he ends up being a damn fine cook? I mean, I'm sure it'd be better than whatever jerky I'm eating out here in the wastes. Key terms. We need assets. Recruit. You may spend some time helping them to craft or upgrade a piece of equipment. Interesting. It provides 1 health against your next lead or target, and then requires repairs and may not be used again. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, I need, okay, cool. So, asset. Nif the mercenary. Oh, I can erase. Oh, I know, the mystic effect is still in effect as well. Yeah, he can make my equipment better. I think I'm gonna have him upgrade my duster, my cloak, and my armor. Because I only have 1 armor. That's what got me in trouble with Mina. Okay. So you may spend some time helping them to craft a piece of equipment. It provides +1 hearts against your next lead or target, then requires repairs and may not be used again. So, this is Reef the Roach. Alright, so I say, alright, I'll ride you out of here. You can catch your next flight out of Talus as long as you're riding with me. But tell me, I understand you're a little bit of Reef the Repair Roach. I understand you're in a little bit of trouble with the Targs, but you know, well, what do you do here on Talus? If you're gonna ride with me, I gotta know what you gotta offer. And he says,
I used to do repairs, and I used to help with some of the armor plating on some of the Imperium vessels. That wasn't until I got dishonorably discharged for being intoxicated at the workplace, let's say. Not my proudest moment, but you know, these things happen. And I say, so you know your way around some plasteel and a wrench? Can be handy. Listen, I'm still fixing my way to find myself 1 Navi Mod, and last time I checked, they probably weren't gonna come back quietly. My armor's taking a few dings from these Targ gangers. Think you can patch me up, maybe reinforce it? Oh yeah, that's simple. You know, it's just it's gonna take a little bit. Maybe we kick up.
Oh my god! I just realized I'm traveling with Nifty and Reef, who both like have been in the hole for for spice. What am I doing? What these poor guys? These like 1 tiny mole rat and 1 tiny roach, and they both love spice. What am I doing? Okay, so basically, I allow us to take making friends, exactly. Making friends in the unlikeliest of places. Alright. I decide to kick my feet up, maybe share a drink with the locals. You know, try to keep my ear out for any word of Navi Mod as Reef reinforces my armor, which I'm probably gonna need. And that happens for a couple hours until it succeeds. Now, oh, that looks shiny. That looks fine as hell, Reef. That's some good work. I think you and I are gonna make fast friends. You stick with me, I'll make sure you get off world, keep you nice and safe.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. It means a lot.
I don't think I would have any Reddarr would have any emotional response to that. All right, lead. I have so much. There's no sign of your target, but something interrupts your hunt. You wake up in your camp to find something personal has been stolen. Huh. A clear set of tracks leads into the distance. Yeah, Red just gives him a thumbs up. Hunt down and confront 3 small hostiles wielding shock rifles. Interesting. So these are like Jawas? You wake up in your camp to find something personal. What would be personal in camp? It's got to be something that Kel gave me. That's the only thing that's really super personal. Kel would have given me And they're like scrappers. They're like taking things. I wake up and I find that I have a set of tools that helps me calibrate my pistols. Which, once again, my mentor, Kel Woe, taught me everything there is to know about being a nomad. These were Kel's tools. These were Kel's hand-me-down calibration tools for his pistols. They're what he used to make all of his modifications. They're what he taught me how to use to mod my guns, right? And they are a direct hand-me-down from Kel. So I wake up, and I'm like, heart's pounding out of my chest. And, you know, I wake up Reef and Niff because I'm like, at first, like, there's a part of me who doesn't know Reef and Niff well enough that I almost accuse them. You know, like, I wake up and I see that my tools are gone, and I kick like Reef awake, and I put my hand on my pistol, and I'm like shouting, I say, which one of y'all did it? Which one of y'all took him? And, you know, I'm like getting really upset. And like, what are you talking about? Calm down, calm down, what's going on? And I'm like, no, I seen it. I seen your tiny feet tracks. My tools are missing. And I'm shouting, I'm yelling. Like, I swear I wouldn't do it. You're gonna get me off world, I swear. And they're like, all in a tizzy. I look and I see that the tracks are actually not leading around camp. They're leading away from camp. And that is when I go hunt them down and confront 3 small hostiles wielding shock rifles. So what do these hostiles look like? In my mind, I'm seeing 3 creatures which they're almost like completely round. They're very like pudgy and round with like leathery gray skin. And they have big yellow eyes that are on like almost on either side of their body with like these big almost frog-like mouths. They're very squat and like their skin is like tough as leather for resisting the sun. And you know, slung around their bodies, they're pretty much naked. Except for the things they sling around their like equipment pouches and like bandoliers and their shock rifles. And they see me coming, and they're actually using the tools to modify. Because how the scavengers put your possessions to much more inventive use. They're actually using my tools to modify their guns as I roll up on them at camp. Oh boy. If I saw these little creatures using Kel's equipment, would I even try to threaten them, or would I just plug them? I mean, they stole from me. They stole Kel's stuff from me. I'll leave it up to a roll. We know that I'm a hothead. Maybe I shoot before I think. Because also too, they probably see me coming. They know that they stole from me. They're probably like gibbering at me in a language I don't understand, and they're holding their rifles at me. They're not shooting, but it's like it's that moment where it's like fight or flight. You know what I mean? Like, I'm gonna say there's a 25% chance, a low chance, so 1/4 chance that I catch my wits about me and I don't just try to lay him out as soon as I see him. Anything above a 25, the rage, you know, overwhelms me. 51. I see the guns get raised. And you know, Reef and Niff are like behind me. And they're probably familiar with these creatures. What would they be called? I'm gonna call them Wajax. That's the first word that came into my mind. Wajax. So they're kind of like a native species to Talus. So yeah, they're Wajax. Poggers. So I find 3 Wajax. Oh yeah, Wajax with an X. Very cool. So I found 3 Wajax. So they're like round, squat, pudgy, leathery gray skin, frog-like mouths, big, yellow, bulbous eyes. They're scavengers, they're thieves, they're scrappers, and they're all wielding shock rifles. And I see them. They stole Kel's tools from me. And that, as far as Red is concerned, might be a death sentence. Well, I mean, in this case, it is a death sentence. So I'm fighting 3 targets. I am just marching, like, you can almost feel the tension in Reef and Nif behind me. Like, I don't think anybody particularly loves the Wayjacks because they are thieves and they're scavengers and they probably cause trouble for people. But mostly it's like if you scare them off or, you know, you set, like, I don't want to say like lethal traps, but people will set like sound traps or things like that, like that will scare them off. I mean, they'll definitely fight and kill if their backs are against a wall. But most likely, the Wayjacks are so tiny they can get like scared off. So they're more like a nuisance, you know, that people don't love, but like, you know, you can usually get rid of in non-lethal ways. And they can sense that like there's as I'm just marching, the clinging of my spurs, cling, 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 and I can hear Reef say, Reddarr, and you don't have to do it. Hey, and then like before they even have a chance, the pistols are opened out of the folds of my cloak, and I think Nif has to help with this one. Or actually, let's see. We'll say, because Nif, how spiced up is Nif right now? If Nif is really spiced up, he well, actually, let me read the event. Let's see. Assets. They attack the next hostile leader encounter before you can react. They have +1 stars if they win. If they lose... Yeah, I don't think Nif needs to attack here. I mean, it says that they would, but, like, Nif knows the Wayjacks. I don't think he doesn't have a vendetta against them. He's not trigger happy for him. Although I should, I think, by rules use that. I'm going to make an executive decision and say that, like, it wouldn't make sense for him to just, like, openly attack the Wayjacks. Like, it makes sense for me to attack the Wayjacks because it's personal. Even if they don't know it's personal. And so, I'm gonna roll for me. A 5 + 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm gonna roll for the first Wayjacks. 3. Okay. So yeah, they like look up at me. The one points up the shock rifle and just, I pull the trigger as it's like gibbering me, opening up that big frog mouth. I just catch it as it opens its mouth, and the shot just goes straight through its throat. And there's just a smoking hole in the back of that round body. And the body almost, like, deflates. Like, that gray leathery orb just, like, kind of, like, sucks in and, like, falls over. And the other, the Wayjacks now seeing this charge up their rifles. And it starts releasing, like, bolts of lightning. I'm dodging out of the way. I'm loading up my pistols again. And Nif and Roach are, what are you doing? They're just tools. You know, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. But I cannot hear them. All I can see are, you know, thieves and my old mentor and dad, essentially. And triggers are getting pulled. I'm gonna roll again. Seeing nothing but red. Exactly. A 4 + a 4 is an 8. Plus a 4, that's another. The other one wheels around. He's like dragging this arc beam of lightning through the air, and I'm just tucking and rolling as I'm firing on the ground. I catch him in the gut. He doubles over. There's another deflation of makes a whoopee cushion sound. Yeah, like the flabs and the folds of that gray skin like echoing against one another as just smoke pulls out of the back of the hostile. And then finally, I roll out of the like the dodge roll, and I'm close now. And I open up the pistol, and I just like lay it against like the forehead of the Wajax, who is standing there like with the shock rifle aimed at me. But oh boy, maximum roll. Yeah, point blank range. I roll up in front of him. I put the gun. No, the last one is the last one is not making the 20th. I've rolled maximum damage on this. I dodge roll forward. I put the barrel of the gun just right against the Wajax's head. It tries like to charge up its rifle for another shot, but it does not have another chance, and just the top of its cranium is just deleted as it falls to the ground, completely messed. And without a word, I like spin my pistols. I put them in my holsters. I slink my way on over, spurs jingling towards the tools. I gather them. I crouch below them, I think, for a moment, and I inspect them first to make sure they're all there, to make sure they weren't damaged, poring over them with like a very acute attentiveness. And then I think it all catches up to him. You know, what just happened and what he just did, and was it warranted? And obviously not. But there's a part of him that there's a part of him that feels remorse, obviously, but there's a part of him that also, I don't know, there's a part of him that, you know, it's like an eye for an eye, like in this world. He's a nomad, you know, like if he would have done that to someone in the wastes, if he would have got caught stealing, they wouldn't have thought about wasting him. And so there is like a moment of remorse. He definitely realizes he has gone a bit further than he should have. He could have scared him off. He could have winged him. He could have just, you know, hurt him. But he went all the way. You imagine them crying as they all get killed? Oh God. Oh, I hope it wasn't that bad. And yeah, I think Reef and Nif are like speechless. And I put the tools back into my case, and like my back is still to them, you know, and there's like an unsettled quiet, and I say, "No, we ain't gonna talk about this ever again, the three of us." And like, you know, they like slowly nod their heads between each other, and ain't nobody gonna touch these tools. You understand? And they all like, yeah, of course, yeah, sure, I hear you. Good. Let's get out of here. Place is making me sick. I turn around and I march back towards town, towards camp, towards the speeder. And that was a pretty dark moment for Red right there. But you know, it happens. It happens. Okay. Exploration 8, 3 targets. I'm just gonna write Wajax Massacre. And leave it at that. Did I gain anything from that? No. Absolutely nothing. There was no mechanical benefit. I just committed murder. Like cold-blooded murder. Alright. A new depth of depravity has been unlocked. Okay. Destination. Spaceport run by the challenging faction. So we got an Imperium port. A lot of ports. Resolve all. Gain 1 notoriety. I got max notoriety. I got to... Character development, that's true. If it's a 5 or higher, a hostile guard approaches. Okay, so once again, this is an Imperium guard approaches me. This time, I don't think it's because of spice, you know? I think he's, you know, they approach me, say it's a lady guard, and says, Sir, we recently got word that there was unauthorized blaster fire in the nearby radius around the port. There's to be no, what's the word? Releasing of deadly force without proper supervision of Imperium mandate within X clicks from this port. Would you know anything about that? And to this, I don't even have my... I let my blast shield go down, right? So I can stare at her with the steely, distant, 1,000-yard gaze that a person can only give another person when they have just committed cold-blooded murder. And I'm gonna say, no. I don't know a damn thing about it. And a matter of fact, neither do you. And I'm gonna try to threaten her down. We do have we have a lot of notoriety. We're getting +3. So, and we got a lot of motivation. I don't want to start a fight with the Imperium. I do not. So, I'm gonna roll for me. I'm gonna use the motivation to re-roll that. Okay, I have a 6 currently. We'll see what she rolls, and then I might re-roll again. So, I might burn a couple motivation here. I have a 6 currently. She's gonna roll a... Let me move my dice back here so people can see. Oh. A 3. Okay, so she fails. Threaten. Okay, so I have to resolve the threat neutralized roll. A 5. They grumble about someone they knew who became a nomad. She sees like that look on my face, and there was another Imperium soldier that eventually left duty. Was a recruit? Was going to become an Imperium soldier, left before they graduated training to become a nomad, and years later she saw that nomad again after a job, a really bloody job, and saw that same face, that like detached, like your body has acted independent of your mind face, and she just goes cold. All the blood drains out of, you can't see it, she's wearing her helmet, but it all drains out of her face. And she says, right, it must have just been a sensor flare, not a blaster shot. My apologies. Pass along through. And I begin to wheel around. And you can even see on Reef and Nif's face, they are just as pale as he is. I should mention too, I have the endearing mascot asset here. Just as pale. They give her a look that's like, you made the right call. You should have let him pass. Good call. As he wheels his way into town proper. Okay. You visit a dingy cantina where locals eye you suspiciously. The barkeep offers you a drink to avoid any trouble. Oh my god. A hostile approaches you and pulls a laser pistol. It's obviously Targs. Man, I really want to resolve this hunt, but it's getting so late. Oh my god. I don't know. What does stream think? I mean, we have all the notoriety. We're just not getting any leads. We have all the notoriety we could ever want. Hostile approaches you. Okay. So we're at the cantina. I am drinking away my sorrows. I'm here for a bit. If you're busy, you should just soon. We'll see. Yeah. All right, let's go. So I'm at the cantina. I am deep in my cups. Yeah. We'll resolve. Let's resolve this town event. I think we'll resolve this town event and then see where we go from there. So we go to town. We go to the cantina. I need a drink. Red needs a drink bad. to cool his nerves, to calm his anger, to maybe try to erase what just happened. And so as I'm down to my drink, I catch an eye in the corner, and I look, and someone is staring me down from the top of their drink. Pulls a laser pistol. And so I have like one hand on my drink, but I have my big, thick, stripped cloak on. Slowly my hand starts reaching down towards my holster, just in case. I can't be sure. I'm a little on edge. And there's a part of me that almost like berates myself, you know, because I just pulled the trigger so many times out of like anger and fear. Why would I do that again? You know, why would I'm gonna cause another senseless death, right? And like as I'm thinking that, I see a flash of metal as I see the pistol get pulled up and aimed, and it's probably another targ. Hostile approaches your table and pulls a laser pistol. Why have they, and how do I secretly prepare to fight? So I think that's it. Why have they been tracking me? Because the targs want me dead, because I've crossed so many targs at this point. How do I secretly prepare to fight? I think it's just me being halfway on the trigger. It's that whole internal battle of you're paranoid, you're itching for a fight, you're still riding the high of what just happened, and like you shouldn't be. That was bad. You're gonna get someone hurt. And like as I'm about to pull my hand off the gun, I see the flash, and I'm practically right underneath my arm, pulling up the pistol, and letting it fly. So let's have a shot. I rolled, that's still a 5 all told. What did they roll before I use a motivation? A 4. Okay, so I don't. Oh, but wait, they have a +1 to the attack, so I have to re-roll. Okay. Well, I can't get any lower than a 1, except I can get 2 1s. All right, I have to use another one. Okay, jeez. Oh my god, I used 2 motivation on just a ganger, on just a nobody. All right, you get some sleep, Space Cowboy. All right. So what's gonna happen is I hesitate, right? That's why it took me so much motivation. I think what happens is he pulls his gun because I'm thinking I shouldn't shoot, that I'm just nervous. He shoots first. He actually wings me. He actually catches me in my shoulder because I was doubting myself. And I nearly get knocked, like I get knocked out of my seat. And like there's a wail throughout the bar as the blaster fire goes off, and I'm like rolling across the bar, and as I'm laying flat on my back, I lean my hand out like across like the length of the bar and take a shot as he's like rushing down on me with the pistol, and I manage to catch him like in the gut, and the force of that hand cannon picks him up off the ground and like splatters him up against the back of the cantina as he slowly slides down and leaves like a trail of bodily paste behind. But yeah, I get winged. I think it takes a chunk out of my shoulder armor. I didn't fail, so narratively I won't count it as a fail, but like I think just narratively speaking, just to show how shaken Red is, like I was slow to pull, and it almost got me killed. And I take a wing in the shoulder. Oh my god, it's the tribal elders again? Huh. Okay, so I need to get out of there. So then I go to the targ. Well, I go to the person. I rifle through his stuff, and I see that he has a targ medallion around his neck. And I'm like, gods damn it. Should have known. Might have figured. And also, this is another moment where I should have used Nif, but I keep forgetting. It's fine. We'll worry about Nif next round, next game. And they both Nif and Reef, who were both coward. Well, I guess Nif wouldn't have cowered. I was just I guess we'll just say Nif was too spiced up to react quickly enough, even though I was slow, and Reef would have just ducked behind the bar at the first chance of trouble. And they see that I pull like the Targ dog tags off from around their neck, and Nif says, "Wow, you really pissed these Targs off. They're gunning for you hard." He says, "Well, that Mina's got it out for me, all right. Guess she ain't think the fight's over yet." And so, not much else to do in the bar. But there is... Then, okay, you hear that a reclusive mystic mentor or tribal shaman lives nearby. They don't receive many unexpected visitors. So, let's do, instead of a mystic mentor, let's do a tribal shaman, because we did the mystics last time. So this will be a spiritual leader who isn't a part of the mystic order. This is like more, this is part of the, whatever society, like their naturalistic beliefs that exist. Probably like a sand, like the closest thing you have to a sand druid in this world, probably does like prayers to the winds and the sands. I think that like I am so jittery, I'm so shaken by all of this business that like Nif says, I hear there's one of those healers nearby, one of those spiritual healers. Maybe you could use a moment to collect yourself before something else happens. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And, this would normally not be Red's bag, but he also did have a spiritual experience earlier in his trip that did him right, and he is feeling incredibly out of sorts. Well, can't hurt nothing, I suppose. And so let's walk forward. I find them, we'll say they're at a hut. We'll say that like they're on a hut in the outskirts of town, like a tent. And there's like a beast that they travel with. We'll say it's like a six-legged, kind of like Komodo dragon-esque creature. But it has kind of like a... you ever see those dinosaurs that were the predecessors of rhinos that have like a rhino horn but kind of splits off into a Y shape? I have no idea what that animal is called. But that's what it has. It's like a six-legged Komodo dragon that has this like Y-shaped protrusion, this horn on the front of its face. And the shaman is like draped in leathers that were like tanned from a hide of that same kind of lizard. And probably one of his previous pack animals that passed that he's like repurposing, using every part of the animal, if you will. Probably draped in a few lizard bones. And we'll say that there are like, has bandoliers across his chest, but he has like vials of sand, because sand is sacred to the shaman, because they venerate the wastes. And when I approach his camp, he's actually using like a long metal rod to draw designs in the sand, And then he's doing things like picking up like handfuls of like stones and like throwing them into the sand and letting them like plunk, plunk, plunk down onto the things that he's drawn. And it's almost like he's casting runes, like he sees like where the stone has fallen in a certain part of the sand shape, and that means something to him. I don't know what it means. It's completely foreign to me. But to the sand shaman, where the stone has fallen and how and what angle, that all means something. And, he's determining something from this whole act. And I approach. I say, "Excuse me, might be a bit unorthodox. My name's Redarr Kenth. I hear your kith will
offer solace and guidance to those that have found themselves in a moment of weakness. I gotta say, my heart's heavy and my hand's shaky. I could use the closest thing to a friend you can offer me. I do nothing for free. I'll make it worth your while. And, so let's see what happens. They open their door, but take one look at your scar and refuse to let you in. What word did they keep repeating as they ushered you away? Ha. Oh, wow. Okay, so my scar is the fact that I have my missing eye, right? So I approach him, I take down my face shield because I want him to see my face, because I'm coming to him and I'm saying, I need help. You know, I'm troubled. Something really crazy just happened to me and I was not myself. And so I want him to see my face so he knows that I'm being earnest. But he sees my face and he like points his, he like looks at the shape that he just drew, and then he looks up at me, and there's like a gasp of like recognition, and he points his stick at me, and what word does he utter? I have like, what does he utter? I'm trying to think of a word, not murderer, that's so obvious, but like something that means like you're, oh yeah, he points a stick at me, and he says, Ruin! 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 He just keeps like pointing at me and says ruin. I'm like, I said my name was, Reddarr. Ruin! You will bring ruin to this place! To all of us! Ruin! He just keeps like prodding me with the stick. Back! Back away! Away with you! And I'm like getting prodded, but I promise I don't mean you no harm. I come by it honest. You come by nothing honest. You bring nothing but destruction. Get out of here. I don't want you here. We don't want you here. It just keeps like prodding me with the stick until he like gets me far enough back that like he's at the front of his tent and he like closes the door like very quickly and he like puts out his light. And like shoos me away, and I have my hands up and I'm like trying to recollect what just has happened, and then I look down at the symbols that he was like making in the sand, and one of them where all the stones fell right in the center looks like an eye, right? Because my scar is a blasted out eye. So he sees this, he drew a symbol in the sand that became an eye when he dropped the stones in. And for some reason, that was a portent of doom. It was a portent of ruin for Talus. And then I stroll up with my scar. And for him, that was ill omen. There's something he saw in me that will bring nothing but darkness to Talus. And I try to like take all this in as best I can. I put my hands down. I see the eye. I don't know what any of this means, personally. I just see the eye. And I see his reaction. Well, have a nice night. You stay safe. It's cold out here at night. And the obviously no response comes from the tent as I turn my head and tip my hat at nothing, and I walk back my way towards the town to get to my speeder. But in the back of my mind, all I can see is this like shaman pointing at me and prodding me and saying I am ruin and I am destruction and I am bad. And yeah, I think that was definitely a big blow to Red's already fractured emotional state. Whew. And I think we'll cut it there for tonight. I mean, I did not expect for it to go as long as it did. I just got unlucky with these rolls is what it was. Poor man. I mean, he's had a rough go of it since landing in Talus. I'll say that much. But I wish I could have thrown more points of inspo. It's okay. Honestly, I think, because people gave me, I think I'm actually honestly probably up one that I had.
Because I think people gave me some and then I burned 2. So I'm actually thinking I'm up 1 motivation than I originally gave myself credit for. Oh, there we go. But wow. I mean, I really like this system though. This is fun. This is a cool setup. You know, it doesn't offer much I mean, you could probably customize this in a lot of different ways if you wanted to make different nomad loadouts and things like that. You kind of get what you get. You have a pick and choose element to it. But the storytelling opportunities are really rife. And, you know, it's interesting what you'll just make up in the moment when you get when the events stack up the way they do, you know? Yeah, I dig it. I really dig it. This is a cool system. So yeah, I think what we'll do, let's move this to just rip the Wajax. I know. I mean, I don't know. I just thought it would go there. You know, why not go there? Not all tales are pretty, especially when you're a emotionally distraught gunslinger with a short fuse. But I think we'll end it there for tonight. I did not expect this to be a 2-shot, but maybe it will. Maybe more, depending on if people like this. I definitely dig the setup. I definitely like the prompts. I definitely love the Star Wars vibe it gives. Yeah, a lot to like here. And like I said, you can pick this up for $10. This whole thing on itch.io. I'm just looking at Jason Price. Yep, Notorious by Jason Price. So yeah, thank you everyone who stuck around. A much longer stream than anticipated, but I am not mad about it. It was a lot of fun. I am Wolfe Scott, your host and Dungeon Master. You've been watching Level 1 Adventuring. We are a tabletop role-playing game-based channel, and this was Notorious by Jason Price. We're going to do a second run of this to finish our contract because we have to. We can't just leave it here. We can't leave it at this cliffhanger. But we also run other types of games. If you have not seen us run D&D or Solasta or a bunch of stuff, join the Discord. If you're watching us on YouTube after the fact, please throw us a like and a follow because we're really trying to grow our audience there as well. And the Discord, where we talk about all the next games that we're gonna run. We take polls. We have fan art there. It's a good time. A lot of people that are in the chat right now are from the Disco, so that's what we appreciate. And thank you for Tabletop Audio for providing the cool backtracks. Thank you for StreamLabs and StreamSpell for all the cool visual elements that you're seeing in the stream. Affiliate code down below in our About Me. And I think that's all I gotta say. Until next time, everyone sleep well, and happy hunting. See you later, Space Cowboy. Quite literally. Get some sleep, and I'll see you when I see you. Be good. As best you can be, anyway. And I'm gonna run the outro.